Thanks, Monica. Okay, I think we're up and running. Let me share this again. There we go. Can you guys all see that? Kayakers heading down the river. Excellent. All right. Well, good morning and welcome, everybody. My name is Carl Jacobs. I'm with the Recreation and Conservation Office, and this is the evaluation meeting for the Aquatic Lands Enhancement Account. Day 1 of 2. We have a full day today, half day tomorrow. We'll be reviewing projects and scoring them. So we have a volunteer panel, an advisory committee on the line with us to help do all the scoring. We super appreciate their time and expertise being here. So thank you very much to all of you. And our first applicant is here, City of Lakewood. Welcome. I'm going to launch your PowerPoint for you. Can you see that okay?
I do.
Great. Great. All right, I'm going to pass you remote control. There you are, Stacy. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that.
Do you want to click?
Do you want me to? I'm going to try and make sure it moves forward.
Yeah.
There we go.
Awesome. Well, whenever you're ready, go right ahead. You got 20 minutes.
All right. Thank you, Carl. Thank you, everyone, for being here this morning. Hi, I'm Stacy Redding from the City of Lakewood, and I'm here today to share with you our plans to make improvements on aquatic lands at Edgewater Park. The City of Lakewood is located in western Washington between Seattle and Olympia. Lakewood is located along the I-5 corridor in Pierce County, south of Tacoma and north of Joint Base Lewis-McChord. Edgewater Park, noted by the red star in this graphic, is located centrally in the community along the northeast shore of Lake Steilacoom between Interstate 5 and Puget Sound. When Lakewood incorporated in 1996, it was 95% built out. Even so, the city has worked hard to update, expand, and improve our park system to serve our growing population. In recent years, the demand for water access has become an urgent need for our residents. Community outreach surveys also consistently score public parks as one of the most valuable resources. Lake Steilacoom is the second largest lake in Lakewood at just over 300 acres in size. Edgewater Park, shown by the red star, provides the only public access to the lake. As you can see in this aerial photograph, this part of the city is intensively privately developed. Here's the master plan for the park. Please note that north is left. As you can see, Edgewater Park is quite narrow and linear in its overall layout, extending about 800 feet along a residential roadway and the lakeshore. The scope of our proposed development extends through the majority of the north and central portions of the park, with future phase traffic and boat launch improvements to the east and south end. For the scope of this presentation, we will be focusing on the improvements outlined in blue in this graphic. Here's a portion of the master plan for the park we will be discussing in this presentation as we review this project. Edgewater Park is about 2.8 acres in size and was inherited from the county upon Lakewood's incorporation in 1996. Since that time, the only improvements at this site have been the replacement of boat launch panels in 2006. Due to the invasive vegetation overgrowth along the shoreline, the launch is often used for parking or fishing, as shown in the photo on the right. Here's a picture of the shoreline looking north from the boat launch. As you can see, the site is undeveloped with some scattered mature trees and significant invasive species growing along the shoreline, including Himalayan blackberry and yellow flag iris. There are no existing amenities or pathways throughout the site. The majority of the access to the park from the roadway is blocked by a low guardrail, except for the existing boat launch. As you can see in the picture on the lower left, the roadway is narrow with no room along the shoulder to safely park. The lack of parking and pedestrian access create unsafe conditions for vehicles, pedestrians, and emergency access during peak use periods. There are currently no designated parking areas to support this park and no accessible trails or pathways to any part of the lake. The existing launch located at the three-way intersection of Foster and Edgewater Drive has been a challenge. The current launch location is noted by the blue star on the graphic on the right. Boaters have to pull up Foster and back across Edgewater Drive, which blocks traffic and creates safety issues. The launch is also steep and without a float or temporary moorage, leaving folks to tie their boat to a tree when parking their trailer and power load when exiting the lake. These compounded safety and use conflicts, along with the lack of parking for park or truck and trailers, was noted by the public as one of the primary problems to solve during the master plan process. We plan to remove the launch at this intersection, but reference this existing location throughout the presentation. Overall, we've prioritized 3 goals for the development of 1.2 acres of the park, which include creating water access, shoreline restoration, and safety improvements. Focusing on these goals has helped to steer the design development through the master plan process, as well as prioritize recreation use and access in a sensitive shoreline environment. I also want to mention there were significant constraints to the redevelopment of this park, given the narrow linear layout, slope to the shoreline, and adjacent existing roadways. In order to meet our project goals and minimize shoreline impact, we have converted 2 of the adjacent 2-lane roadways to one-way traffic. This has allowed us to maximize site development and provide on-street parking for the project, which we will discuss later in the presentation. So let's get into it. Question number 1, how well does the project improve or provide public access to aquatic land? As I just mentioned, the primary goal for public use of the site has been to improve safety and access. The development of a fishing pier, designated swim area, and hand carry launch will offer new and improved recreation opportunities for the site. On-street parking and paved access trails will allow people to get safely into and around the park to each new amenity. Design of the recreation amenities for the park were carefully placed in order to preserve and improve the sensitive areas of the site, including several designated wetlands. Wetland areas will be improved through the removal of invasives and replacement with native plants, which will provide ecological benefit to the shoreline, as well as provide new opportunities to increase awareness as to the importance of this critical habitat. Question 2, how well does this project fit with the goals to enhance, improve, or protect aquatic lands? During the development of the master plan, we completed environmental reports and surveys, including a wetland delineation shown in the top graphic. As you can see, much of the shoreline along the site is considered a wetland, shown in pink. The bottom master plan graphic illustrates how we have creatively preserved and protected these areas while developing water access, including the fishing pier on the left and the 2 beaches shown in light yellow in the central and south areas of the site. Wetland areas will include barriers and signage to protect these sensitive habitats and educate the public as to the importance of these areas. By removing the invasive plants and restoring these wetlands with native plantings, the ecological function and habitat value will also be significantly improved from its current state. The improvements I just mentioned will also improve the ecological function of the site through providing increased shade along the shoreline and appropriate habitat for native wildlife. Wetland areas will include low barriers to protect these areas from human activity. Development of the active recreation amenities such as the fishing pier and hand carry launch will also offer educational opportunities for the public, including learning about the fish populations within the lake, as well as other types of wildlife that are supported and attracted to this watershed area in our community. Question 3, describe the need for new and improved recreational facilities. With a city named Lakewood, you would think we are a city full of freshwater lakes, water access sites, and trees. In fact, we do have 7 lakes within the city and almost 2 square miles of total water area, but with only 4 developed public access sites. With a population of over 64,000 people, this is a huge and ever-increasing demand with each of these sites. Edgewater Park, noted inside the red square, is the only public access to Lake Steilacoom. The remaining sites struggle to meet community's need for water access during peak summer use, especially the 2 parks on American Lake. Harry Todd Park, noted by the bottom left star, has the only designated fishing area within our community and is located within a geographically isolated area, which is challenging to access from other parts of our community. American Lake Park, across from the lake from Harry Todd, has a public boat launch and the only public designated swim area in our community. American Lake Park has begun to experience capacity and enforcement issues during hot weather. Given the overall lack of water access in our community, combined with the growing need for water access, this park cannot sustain the entire community's need for water access during summer use. The 3rd largest lake in Lakewood, Bradley Lake, is located in the green circle, currently has no public water access. After COVID, people have developed new awareness and recognition to the importance of parks and their ability to support physical and mental health. The small star on the left of the map is a very small site and relatively undeveloped. The small site is also shared by a large stormwater vault blocking access to all but a narrow gravel launch, serving as the only developed public access to Lake Louise, which is otherwise surrounded by privately owned residential lots. Lastly, the city also receives frequent phone requests from the public for shoreline fishing access, which has been a difficult need to meet given the lack of fishing facilities. Given the demand for water access and recreation from our community, city staff share a sense of urgency and need within our community for the improvements of these types of sites. Water access and open space recreation development have recently been identified as one of the top 4 priorities for our city council to be adopted later this year. These objectives are also identified in all of our comprehensive plans, including our 6-year CIP plan, city comprehensive plan, and the Lakewood Shoreline Master Plan. In addition to these planning documents, this project also supports newly established city climate change and urban forestry initiatives, which aim to expand and retain tree canopies within the city. These climate initiatives combat urban heat island effects in densely developed areas and mitigate increased rainfall experienced more frequently with global warming. They also improve livability and economic growth for communities. It's also important to note that these park improvements will not only result in checked boxes for planning objectives, they ultimately create and support opportunities for social connections and healthy activities, improving the physical and mental health of our community. Similar and consistent goals are also identified by state and regional planning agencies, including the Chambers Clover Creek Watershed Action Agenda, the Pierce County Conservation District, Tacoma Pierce County Health Department, and Washington Statewide Comprehensive Outdoor Recreation Plan. These agencies' shared objectives are to improve water access and quality of recreation, provide accessible and family-friendly sites that encourage and promote healthy activities, support equity, and provide culturally and environmentally stimulating spaces for all to enjoy. They also identify the need for preservation and restoration of aquatic and shoreline habitats within developed shoreline watersheds. Question 4, need for protection. What is the need for this project and how will it address protection and enhancement priorities? This project also meets several strategies defined within local and shoreline plans and the Puget Sound Action Agenda, including protecting and restoring habitat and threatened species, addressing climate change, improving water quality, all while ensuring public benefit with a focus on equity. I previously mentioned these benefits of our proposed restoration efforts at the site, such as removing invasives, planting natives, fencing wetland areas, and planting trees. By improving shoreline habitats within an intensely developed watershed, with close proximity to Puget Sound, we will help meet the goals of these environmental agendas, which will also meet the state and local regulatory permit requirements. Proposed improvements will meet impervious surface allowances and current stormwater code. Meeting these updated regulatory requirements will reduce runoff and erosion along the site, as well as reduce pollution from the adjacent roadways, which may run into the lake, benefiting people and wildlife. Question 5, project scope, public access. Let's look at the site plan elements and review where these improvements will be located in the park. As previously mentioned, there are 3 main active uses along the shoreline that support recreation. The fishing pier is located at the north end of the site and will include an accessible trail shown in orange from the on-street parking. The swim area will be located in the central part of the park where the existing launch is located, and the non-motorized launch will be located at the south central area of the site, just west of a small plaza and additional on-street parking. All of these amenities have been located at a safe distance from one another, as well as sited around existing wetland habitats along the shoreline we previously discussed. Here's another view of the site showing a Google Earth image of the existing site and significant tree canopy located throughout the park. We went through several design alternatives in the master plan process to meet our program needs. In the end, the final design has maintained all but one of the existing trees in the proposed development and has also dramatically increased recreational use, accessibility, and safety of the site, which you can see from the narrow and linear layout was a very creative challenge. Here's a closer view of the central swim beach, where an existing boat launch is sited. There is an accessible trail from the ADA parking area on the right down to a central sand and gravel beach that includes a small plaza, seat wall, and site furnishings. Natural elements such as rocks and logs will also, as well as native plants and new trees, will be installed along the shoreline area. Question 6, site suitability for protection. This site has a rich history of recreational uses. Spanning back from time immemorial, the site was stewarded by indigenous peoples, including the Nisqually tribe, that fished and gathered along the many rivers in this area. Lake Steilacoom is fed by three creeks, Ponce de Leon, Chambers, and Clover Creek. Lake Steilacoom was created when a dam was built across Chambers Creek in 1853, flooding what had previously been a small pond and wetland area. During the turn of the century, the city's many lakes supported summer recreation for larger surrounding communities of Tacoma and Olympia. Lake Steilacoom was home to the Tacoma Golf and Country Club, who built the Oaks Pavilion in 1923, shown in the right-hand photo. The pavilion offered boating, bathing, and picnic grounds and was located in the same cove as Edgewater Park. In 1938, the building was converted to the Lakewood Ice Arena and eventually burned down in 1982. This park lies within the Chambers Clover watershed shown in this graphic, which is one of the most intensely populated basins in western Washington. Over the last 150 years, the land surrounding Lake Steilacoom has been subdivided and developed, and apart from Edgewater Park, is now only almost exclusively privately owned. Given the development density of the area, this park improvement project offers a valuable opportunity to restore shoreline that supports two salmon-bearing creeks within this watershed and has clear potential for both environmental and public benefit. Restoration will include removing the invasive monoculture of non-native grasses and installing plants that support habitat diversity and improve water quality. Question 8, development design fit. We've now summarized the goals for this development and restoration project, as well as reviewed the existing conditions and site history. Let's review the project scope and site plan, starting with the water access improvements. The fishing pier is located in the north end of the site, circled in red. There is also a small beach next to the pier, which will provide additional opportunity to fish from shore. Accessible parallel parking, designated at the black box on the graphic, supports the accessible use of this recreational amenity. The accessible route to the fishing pier is shown as a bold dotted line. The swim area will be located a safe distance from the fishing pier at the central part of the park, where the existing launch will be removed. Accessible parking that we discussed in the previous slide also leads to an accessible trail defined by the dotted line leading to a small plaza and continuing to the water's edge, terminating at a small deck. New gravel substrate on the beach will improve shoreline habitat, and rocks and logs will support seeding, habitat, and erosion control. A defined swim rope will also improve safety by designating a safe area away from boats and fisher people at the site. The third active recreation water access improvement is the hand carry launch on the southern end of the park. Accessible parking and a paved trail lead immediately down to a small beach for easy launch access. During our master plan development, we completed a traffic study which included review of community launch use. About 1/3 of all launches over a busy summer weekend included non-motorized and hand carry craft. Combined with hotter summers, we anticipate the need to support this recreational activity will continue to grow in demand. Lastly, let's review parking, passive use, and site amenities. We've included scattered pockets of on-street parking along the extent of the site so as not to impact the existing trees. As I mentioned in the very beginning of the presentation, conversion of the two current lane roadways supported preservation of the trees and the addition of parking to support park use. The pathways were put near the road to provide pedestrian connectivity to the park and through the neighborhood while maximizing habitat and recreation areas. Site amenities have been located throughout the park, including benches along the main trail, bench swings overlooking the lake, seat wall and lounge seating at the beach, and trash receptacles and lighting to improve safety and maintenance. A small plaza and picnic shelter located on the right blue arrow are included just up from the hand carry launch. All of these amenities support safe access and passive recreation, including wildlife viewing and picnicking. Question 9, define this development design budget. So how much is all of this going to cost, and when will we finish the project? We've started the design process with a consultant team and have completed preliminary site analysis. Design will continue through 2027 and will include all phases of the proposed improvements. We're familiar with shoreline and in-water permitting and anticipate this phase will extend between 2025 to 2027, leaving construction to be completed in 2028. Our consultants have provided a detailed cost estimate for this project totaling $4.7 million and have included cost escalation to support this timeline. Project engagement methods. Processes that took place to support this master plan design for the park included consultant support of the design after we went through a series of public meetings, which began in 2018, including the concurrent development of our proposed plan update. The city spent over a year engaging community members through open houses, focus groups, stakeholder meetings, surveys, and pop-up events, which resulted in over 1,300 unique comments from 937 community members. We heard loud and clear from the public regarding the need for water access citywide. We had a delay during COVID, but brought back new public engagement in the fall of 2024 to finalize fall of 2023 to finalize master plan for the park. Both meetings were hosted by our Parks and Recreation Advisory Board and promoted through the sandwich boards at the park, mailers sent to the neighbors, and various social media outlets. A series of 3 meetings were heavily attended by the public with very clear feedback gathered during presentations through public comment and priority dot boards. We also received comments from the community via email, and meetings were hosted via Zoom for citizens who could not attend in person. Project engagement in the community. We worked through 3 alternative schematic designs, which were refined following public feedback, and combined the final master plan that was approved by City Council earlier this year. Feedback from the community included prioritizing safety, relocating the boat launch, saving the trees in the park and the right-of-way, and providing parking. We discussed alternative traffic directions with one-way conversions of Edgewater Drive and Foster, with approval of final designs supporting mail and garbage services for the neighbors. Design development was also supported by our Public Works and Engineering Department. Project engagement partnerships. In addition to engaging the community in this process, several partnership agencies have provided letters of support for the park improvement project, which have been uploaded to Prism. Each of their logos is included on this slide. Our partnership with Pierce County Conservation District has included coordination of work parties and shared funding efforts for other waterfront sites within our city, for which we anticipate future support to maintain the shoreline at Edgewater. Lake City Church has also hosted volunteer cleanup events at the site and is excited and supportive of the proposed improvements for the community. As you can see, our community and city staff are very excited for the potential of these park improvements. We appreciate your time and consideration of this project. Are there any questions?
Great, thank you, Stacy. Appreciate that. All right, Dave, why don't you start?
Hi, Stacy. Thanks for the presentation. It was a good presentation. I want to cover a couple things maybe that were provided in the existing conditions that I didn't fully get into my head, but affects the scoring in some of the later ones. That maybe some of the things that weren't repeated. So my understanding from your presentation is that currently there's really no parking available. There's that, you showed a slide of a car in front of the boat launch, so that basically people would just park right there in front of the boat launch. Is that right?
That's correct. There's really no shoulder in the right of way, and there's no designated parking for this park.
Okay. And so how many cars is the designated parking going to provide when in full build out?
Off the top of my head, I want to say it's around 9, let's see, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. A portion of these are actually in, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 9 spots.
Okay, thank you. And then you're going to go from existing conditions, it's just that one boat launch, and you're going to go to the boat launch plus the swim area plus the pier plus the landscaping and parking, right?
The boat launch, yes, we're anticipating applying for a boating facilities program grant this fall, but it's not included in the scope of these grant applications.
Okay. So we're talking about just the swim area and the pier, fishing pier.
And the hand carry.
And the hand carry launch, correct.
And the hand launch, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you have dimensions for the fishing pier? Like what's the size of how many people can be out on that?
I could accurately probably answer that question. I'm sorry.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thanks,
But
Dave. Go ahead.
Definitely multiple people. I was going to say definitely it'll be sized for multiple people to be able to fish at the same time. And as well, there is a fishing beach below it, so you can get people out over the water and still people would be able to fish. So it'll be much more open for folks than there is availability now.
Okay.
Good, thanks. Go ahead, Bailey.
Hi, I really liked your project. I really liked your presentation. I had a quick question about criteria number 11, about engaging the community and what methods you did to do that. I didn't see it in your slide and I didn't hear you talk about it, so I wanted to ask, was anything done specifically to ensure that minority demographics in your community were represented in the outreach that you did, or is it kind of, whoever wanted to respond just responded and maybe we got more majority demographics in that? Could you explain a little more about like what exactly happened in that outreach?
I'll start off with, we were starting the planning for this project when we were doing our pros plan update. So we were really had a very robust public outreach. We not only did outreach for the neighborhood area because that was important. We did, focused at our farmers market and multiple events where we had free activities for kids and families and really focused. That's really, we got a larger participation by a diverse community. We are a community of 54% BIPOC people, so we're really proud of that, and we really take strides to bring them into the group. We also did focus groups in the international district, which is a big portion of our community for commercial, primarily there's Korean, Vietnamese, and Chinese participants, business owners, and then the people that are participating at those businesses, patronizing those businesses. We actually set up out in that area to make sure that we were receiving feedback on what people were interested in doing. So we did get different feedback from different people regarding what their families wanted to do, what walkers wanted to do, what dog walkers wanted to do, and the different cultures provided that insight. Although some of the things were the same, it definitely was good to get that input from those individuals.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Other questions or any clarifications needed? Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. A couple, I think, just quick and easy questions. Are you providing any awareness of aquatic lands? I think you mentioned some signage. Just curious about that, and also your schedule to get towards a construction date.
We are anticipating having some signage on those fencing barriers for the aquatic designated wetland areas that would identify species protected in that area, and also the sensitive, allowing the plants to grow outside of human activity. And your can you repeat your second part of your question?
Yeah, it's just about your anticipated schedule towards getting construction dates going.
We anticipate continuing design through 2027, I believe. So construction would probably occur in 2028 through the end of the year.
The biggest delay is, of course, permitting. There's certain building permits that are needed and the shoreline permits and all of that. That just takes a significant amount of time.
Yeah, our experience is shoreline permitting through state and federal agencies takes about a year and a half to complete.
Great, thank you. All right, anything else needed by the committee? All right, looks like we're good to go. Thanks, you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, have a good day.
Thank you.
All right, committee members, just wrap up your scoring on that one, and we can move on to the next project. Looks like Nick is here from Port Orchard. Hello.
Good morning.
And there we go. Can you see your PowerPoint okay?
I can. Do I have the ability to control?
I'll pass that to you in just a second. Are folks ready to, good to go? All right, no objections. Excellent. Okay, find you. There you go. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that now. There we go.
All right.
All right. Yeah, whenever you're ready, go ahead. You got 20 minutes.
Yeah, good morning. My name is Nick Bond. I'm the Community Development Director for the City of Port Orchard, and I'm here to walk you through the Port Orchard Waterfront Plaza Phase 2 project. And this project is located in Port Orchard, just across the water from Bremerton and a short ferry ride from Seattle. The project is in downtown Port Orchard and is at the west end of downtown and is right in front of the Port of Bremerton Port Orchard Marina, which is a public marina and an access point for the Kitsap Water Trails network. This is a drone photo of the waterfront to give you a little different perspective, and I'm going to outline the boundary here of our project area. So the phase 2 project is, you can see the gangways out to the marina, and you're probably wondering, phase 2, where is phase 1? And that is just to the west here, which was an ALEA project funded in 2022. And these two projects are anchored by a City of Port Orchard Community Event Center and Library project that is set to break ground in 2027. The project is located in a very active area of redevelopment in Port Orchard. This map shows all of the different ownerships in terms of the background shading, and then the different projects are outlined with different colored dashed lines. And so it's a very complex area of ownership and projects. I do want to point out that we also have federal funding to elevate State Highway 166, that's Bay Street here. That road currently floods, and so all of this redevelopment is being elevated to prevent future flooding related to climate change. And so this plaza is part of this effort to raise this portion of downtown. And moving on to, this is just a closer view of the project boundary overlaid on our most recent concept plan, and we are approaching about a 60% design on this overall project right now. So the first criteria under the ALEA grant is the fit with public access goals, and I want to walk you through some of the highlights of the project as it relates to public access. First of all, there's a pathway along the waterfront that it's called the Bay Street Pedestrian Pathway, and it goes from Annapolis, which is one of the 2 passenger-only ferries in Port Orchard, and it's planned to go all the way to the west out to Gorse someday. Right now, it does traverse this site, but it's a non-ADA accessible sidewalk in this location. So that's one of the major improvements here is the waterfront pathway. Along the waterfront pathway, we are planning some interpretive signage and educational opportunities, which I'll highlight in just a minute. The Port Orchard Observation Deck, this is actually an existing facility, but we are improving access to that facility. That facility is actually being rehabbed right now as part of the city's Marina Lift Station project, a sewer project where this is an old sewer lift station that has a 2nd floor observation deck that has no ADA access. So this project is providing access to that new observation deck, which will be at grade. It also provides access to the Port Orchard Marina, and I mentioned the Kitsap Water Trails access point. That is a dock kayak launch point. And then the project includes obviously a large plaza area, a gathering space for activities and events. And moving on, this is a rendering. This shows after we demolish the existing sewer lift station, which is shown in the photo on the right, we're basically saw cutting that old concrete structure down to grade and are finishing that as a plaza. And so the pathway along the water will provide you access to this refurbished old sewer facility. We have also some concept rendering showing the interpretive signage along the waterfront. And so there's a couple of little pullouts you can see along the pathway where people can pull off and learn about the natural environment and cultural resources in Sinclair Inlet. There are environmental benefits associated with the project, and that includes taking an existing parking lot that has no water quality treatment for stormwater and introducing a plaza that will all slope and drain to new low-impact development bioswales and infiltration facilities with overflows that then tie into an existing stormwater outfall pipe. And so that's a huge improvement in this area where you have untreated water going into Sinclair Inlet. You will now have water quality improvements in place. I mentioned that we are elevating this plaza above current elevations to reduce coastal flooding risk, and that's also to match the future adjacent building elevations, which we are elevating buildings in accordance with our sea level rise analysis for minimum ground floor elevations going forward in the future. I also want to mention that just a block to the east of this site, just off the page to the bottom right, is the Kitsap Transit Hub. And so this project is also providing a connection, but also a connection between both the new library and the transit center, as well as just a waterfront connection for getting to that facility in Port Orchard. The next criteria for the ALEA category is the need for public access local priorities. And this map shows the existing facilities and proposed facilities in Port Orchard. This is project number 6. Projects 3, 4, and 5 are previously funded but not yet constructed. The Community Event Center Library, some plaza improvements in our previous ALEA funded grant. To the west of this, we have a pier and a boat launch. The Bay Street pathway traverses the entire waterfront in downtown Port Orchard. There is a park at the east end of downtown called Waterfront Park that is owned by the Port of Bremerton. We have Rockwell Park is location number 10. That was a previously funded RCO acquisition. It's a little pocket park along our pathway. And then Etta Turner Park is number 11, which is also kind of a pocket park at the mouth of Blackjack Creek in Port Orchard. We put together a matrix showing the amenities proposed in this plaza relative to our other facilities and what improvements those facilities have. The waterfront park at the east end of downtown is definitely the most similar to the plaza that we are proposing to build. I have some photos of that park here at the east end of downtown, and it is kind of it's tucked away in an area that is below the adjacent road grade, and so it's kind of a dead end at the east end of downtown, although the trail does exit out of it to the east. But it is people kind of funnel into this park, and it becomes more confined the further east you go within the park, and it is very well utilized. It's very crowded with kids using the playground when the weather's nice, and they also host special events there. They do weddings out under one of their 2 canopies for small events and things like that. In terms of the use of the current site, I mentioned it's a parking lot. We have 56 parking stalls that'll be knocked down, I think, to 17 or 18. A few parking lot trees, drive aisles, the existing sidewalks will all be replaced. I should also note that I mentioned the Marina Lift Station. That project is currently under construction. That was permitted through the Department of Ecology and funded through the Department of Ecology. And adjacent to that, we also have some underground fuel tanks for the marina where boaters are getting their fuel, and they get, I think, a delivery every month in the summer and quarterly during the winter. So it's about 6 or 7 deliveries per year, and our plaza is being designed to accommodate that. We also have a ton of events in downtown Port Orchard. Right now we have to close down streets to hold these events, and so creating additional places where people can gather that doesn't involve them standing in the street is one of the anticipated uses of this site. We also really are aiming to tie this project to the new library and community event center so that people can go to the library, check out a book, sit outside by the water, and or go to a restaurant downtown and bring their lunch and enjoy sitting near the water. The project need for this plaza, Port Orchard is growing rapidly. We were the 8th fastest growing city in Washington last year. We had a 6.5% growth rate. We're expected to add 10,500 more residents and 5,400 more jobs in our 20-year planning horizon. And so we have a finite amount of waterfront and a rapidly growing population, which just increases the demand for access to the waterfront. And our waterfront is largely parking lots right now downtown, and that is not the best use of a waterfront. We want to open more of that up for public access and enjoyment. We identified the need for the project. We actually did 3 separate planning processes, but all of them were coordinated with one another, and those occurred between 2019 and 2022. The first of those, we received public funding through the Kitsap Public Facilities District to build a community event center and library. And as part of that, we did a site selection process for locating that facility. The site that was selected is adjacent to this plaza, and the reason that it was selected was because it provided additional opportunities to access the water, and the synergies of providing a plaza adjacent to that facility was something that the public desired. We also did a downtown sub-area plan and planned action environmental impact statement that was completed in 2021, and we adopted our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Plan in 2022, and this project is identified through all 3 of those efforts. The next criteria is public access. And I've already mentioned that this is replacing an existing parking lot and some of the improvements that currently exist in this location. The new project will create a plaza, a smaller, reduced footprint parking lot with new stormwater treatment for that parking area. And our project scope includes water viewing, a stage for events, multimodal pathway, outdoor seating. It includes marina access to the public marina for both boating as well as the kayak launch point. And then there are new fishing opportunities from the refurbished old marina lift station that will now become a viewing platform. And then, of course, there's community to the adjacent community center and library that is proposed. And I did want to mention the photos here. These are just, this is a RCO funded section of the pathway where we acquired this property using RCO funds. And so this pathway extends across all of downtown Port Orchard, and this is largely what we intend to continue through this particular site. In terms of design, development, and fit, our goal is to create an accessible, exemplary, and flexible public plaza on the waterfront. And we want to create synergies with our new community event center, provide amenities at the marina access. We want to improve the Bay Street pedestrian pathway to meet a WashDOT multimodal standard. We have to coordinate with utilities in terms of our major $17 million sewer project that's under construction right now. We have to accommodate marina fuel trucks for refilling fuel tanks overnight. And then we have to ensure the grades for all of this area match the proposed development surrounding the plazas. And this is actually a photo of the existing sidewalk, which is this segment of the Bay Street pedestrian pathway. You can see that there are obstructions that prevent the pathway from meeting minimum ADA width requirements. The ramps in this area are not ADA compliant. And so the new pathway will be totally accessible and will improve access in this area. This is just a close-up showing the stage and central plaza gathering area and some of the proposed design aesthetics for that portion of the site. We have we've designed the plaza. There will be removable bollards so that the fuel trucks and any service vehicles can access the site with the appropriate design weight for those vehicles. We've redesigned the stormwater system. We are utilizing the existing outfall in this location, but it's being totally reconfigured to flow through low impact development bioinfiltration facilities. We have our paving details. We have furnishing details, lighting details for our energy efficient lighting. And then our plant selection is a native shoreline mix, a variety of trees in our bioretention mix. And in terms of the adjacent projects, this photo actually shows the proposed marina lift station building, which is kind of an island within this plaza area. But you can see that this was designed about 2.5 feet above the existing grades. And so that is already under construction. And then this plaza will bring the elevation surrounding that building up to match that new building. And we have, I mentioned the Bay Street reconstruction project. There's a new bank headquarters where this Kitsap Bank drive-through is. That's being redeveloped as a 3-story bank headquarters building, and then the existing Kitsap Bank site is becoming our community event center. And so hopefully all of these projects are funded, and hopefully we'll receive funding for the Waterfront Plaza Phase 2 project to complete the funding for this entire redevelopment effort. In terms of project budget, we did a cost estimates based on our 30% schematic design, and that was the basis of our funding request. And so those estimates were provided just, I guess, 6 or 8 months ago now. I know the cost environment that we're in, it's possible that actual construction cost will go up from where these numbers are. The city is prepared to absorb that cost should costs escalate. And this table just shows we're intending to bid the Community Event Center, our ALEA Phase 1 project, and an ALEA Phase 2 project as one bid set, so that we end up with one contractor, consistent materials, and installation that occurs at the same time. All of our other projects have funding. Our road project has federal funding, and our marina lift station has a Department of Ecology loan. But the plazas, this is really the last money that is needed to complete the funding package. And we are counting on our impact fee money that comes in over the next 2 to 3 years to complete our park impact fee share of the project. But we've seen pretty robust growth in Port Orchard, and I don't expect impact fee revenues to be a problem. In terms of project engagement, again, we had these 3 processes. I just want to touch on the site selection process. We reached 613 participants, which is a huge turnout for the outreach that we do. Part of the reason for that high number was that the library was involved and they had a mailer list. And so we were able to use the library's contacts to find out what people want in terms of their library, in addition to planning, selecting a site and planning a concept plaza. Our downtown plan was much more narrowly focused and had less participation, but it was also a smaller study area. And then our pros plan had higher participation, and we actually did a bulk mailer to 7,000 households in both zip codes in Port Orchard, which includes residents outside of the city. And so we had a pretty good turnout for our Parks, Recreation, and Open Space plan. And in terms of our public participation, each of these efforts had a public participation program identifying targeted audience, underrepresented groups, the role of the public, and a project schedule. We also, I mentioned we did an environmental impact statement on the downtown sub-area plan. It's a planned action. And so we did reach out to the Suquamish tribe, and they provided comments, and we incorporated their comments into our environmental impact statement in terms of conditions for future development within the area. And it primarily focused on cultural resource type issues. And then finally, we have partnerships. The Kitsap Regional Library, the Kitsap Public Facilities District has provided funding to the city, the Port of Bremerton. This project includes 2 different DNR leases and subleases. We have Kitsap Transit is an involved partner nearby. We have the Port Orchard Bay Street Association, as well as Kitsap Bank, and this is an image just showing the footprint of their new corporate headquarters, which also includes a coffee shop on the ground floor, which will be nice adjacent to the plaza. And that concludes my presentation, and I'm happy to take any questions that you have.
Great, thank you, Nick. Appreciate that. All right, questions or clarifications? Carrie, go ahead.
Yeah, Nicholas, it's a very complicated project, but I was able to follow it as you presented it. I just wonder, the plaza, besides water views, what kind of water access is there that you're providing new and not something that's already existing?
Yeah, I think that this project, I mean, really it's phase 2 of our phase 1 ALEA project. The phase 1 project includes an overwater structure, but it really is water viewing. It's walking along the water, and it is access to those existing facilities that is improved, including improving ADA accessibility where there is not ADA access to some of those facilities. So yeah, it's a lot of secondary improvements to access rather than primary, but water access certainly seems to be eligible under the grant criteria.
And I thought you had said something about it would increase the fishing opportunities. Is that just the marina area or?
Well, so I think that obviously the marina provides fishing opportunities, but the Port Orchard observation deck on this map, it's outside of the project boundary, but we're improving the access to that facility. And so as part of our marina sewer lift station project, they're basically demolishing the existing pump station, and they're going to saw cut the walls around the perimeter and make it into like a seating wall with a railing. But that structure it's vertical down to the water, and so it is an opportunity where you could potentially drop a line. It's not a huge pier or dock, but I think there are fishing opportunities in that location.
Okay, great, thanks.
Go ahead, Bailey.
I want to echo that this project is complex, but you did a great job explaining it, and I was able to follow along. You talked about the adding ADA accessibility for things like the walkways and the facilities, but I didn't hear anything about ADA accessibility regarding the parking lot. Is there any information on that, or is it too small?
Well, the white ADA striping on the parking lot does not pop very well off of the gray background, but there are ADA stalls shown. If you zoomed in enough, you would see them here in the upper most parking stall, and the one adjacent to it, I believe, is crosshatched, but it's just hard to see.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions or any clarifications needed? Dave, go ahead.
Nicholas, thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to go over the parking situation a little bit. So you eliminated 16 stalls or in that parking lot, and then I see a parking lot down to the right in this photo. You're losing some parking, and where's that parking going to be made up? And Is that part of
Yeah,
another?
so the parking lot is being reduced along the waterfront. We are separately working on a city parking structure project. And so on the block just to the south of Bay Street here where it says future development, we have a planned 3-story parking deck underneath the buildings that are proposed off-site. And so we're working separately on that. It's something that is going forward in our capital facility plan as part of our 2024 comprehensive plan update. And we're looking to get started on our first parking study to look at the viability of building this parking structure.
All right, thank you.
Thanks. Hubie, did you have something?
No,
Okay.
no, that got answered. Thank you.
Great, thanks. Anything else or clarifications that you need on this project? All right, seeing none, I think we're good. Thank you, Nick. Nice to see you.
Yeah, thank you all. Have a nice
right.
day.
Take care. All right, folks, we've arrived at our first break, a little ahead of schedule. What time is it? 11. Why don't we take let's see, who's up next? We got Vashon. Why don't we take 20 minutes? Come back at 11:20, and we will continue on. Thanks. Hello, Elaine. Welcome.
Hi, and you can hear me okay?
I can.
Great.
Thanks for being here. As you can see, we're 5 minutes ahead of schedule.
Great.
Glad you popped on early.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, we'll just give people another minute here to get back make sure everyone's back from break.
Just wanted to make sure my audio and stuff is working. So that's the important thing at this point.
That's right. So far, so good. All right, 11:20. Let's get rolling. So welcome, Elaine from Vashon. I'm going to pull up your PowerPoint. Can you see that okay?
Yeah.
Good. I'll pass you controls. There you are. Click on the screen. Sometimes you have to double click to kind of activate it, and you should be able to work your slides.
Yep, there we go. Are we ready?
We are ready. So you have 20 minutes. Go right ahead.
So the Vashon, the Tramp Harbor Dock is a beloved Vashon landmark built in 1939 by Standard Oil to bring petroleum products to Vashon Island. It is now a public fishing pier. Vashon Island is located in the Puget Sound region in Washington State. It is in King County, southwest of Seattle. The dock is on the east side of the island at about midpoint. The Vashon Island is the primary service area, but the dock is also heavily used by off-islanders. An aerial view of the dock shows a parking and picnic area just to the north, although 300 feet of road parking is to the south. The project goals are to replace the current fishing pier due to a renewed lease with DNR that requires us to stop creosote leaching from the pilings, provide light to the tidelands below, and shorten the dock due to tribal rights to the Point Hayer Geoduck tract. Replacing the pier also addresses the structural integrity concerns. We wish to replace the bulkhead, beach access stairs to improve public access to aquatic recreation, improve parking that includes ADA, and be true to our sustainability goal. Replacing the dock restores fishing and other recreational uses. Replacing the stairs restores shellfishing and beach access recreation. Replacing the pier and stairs to the beach restores opportunities for people to get to the water and access aquatic resources for recreational purposes. Replacing the bulkhead and improved parking with designated ADA and ADA pier access provides an improved opportunity for public access for recreational use. New marine signage will improve educational use. Replacing creosote piles and wood planking with sustainable building materials with light to the tidelands creates a pedestrian-oriented access to aquatic lands that protects the integrity of the environment. New beach stair access improves small, non-motorized boat and kayaking access. Full pier replacement and beach stair access integrates public access that is compatible with the physical features of the site, 308 feet of public shoreline. New marine education signage provides a new opportunity to educate about the marine environment, and it will increase public awareness of aquatic lands as a finite natural resource with irreplaceable public heritage. The signage will speak to the history of the site's native heritage and historical uses. The environmental benefits are many. The project protects, improves, and preserves the tidelands against toxic creosote release and the need for sunlight penetration to the tidelands below. Other environmental benefits are that piers act as artificial reefs, harboring shallow water fish. Pilings are covered with barnacles and other sea creatures that represent food for fish. The water under a pier is often calm, which attracts small fish, and these attract bigger fish. Current use prevents natural light from reaching the tidelands. This can interfere with aquatic animals' routines and predator-prey relationships. It affects plant photosynthesis. The graded decking will correct this. The project supports the Washington State Department of Natural Resource creosote piling removal program in place since 2007. That project has contributed to the removal of over 14,000 creosote piles to date. Approximately 300 chemicals have been identified in coal-tar creosote. The project reduces human exposure to creosote on beaches and improves the quality of the nearshore habitats for forage fish and other key species. The project enhances other nearby protection efforts on Vashon-Maury Islands by DNR, including the Maury Island Natural Area, which removed 150 derelict creosote-treated piles, and the Maury Island Aquatic Reserve, which protects extensive eel grass beds, mud flats, forage fish spawning grounds, and includes an Audubon important protected bird area. This project supports DNR's Science of Creosote study, which identifies the environmental chemistry of creosote and the toxicity of creosote, which found that herring eggs exposed to creosote have a high mortality rate. Creosote increases disease and alters growth and reproductive function in English sole, and it affects juvenile salmonids that migrate through contaminated estuaries by reducing their growth and altering immune function. Herring and other affected species are important parts of the food web for salmon, orca, and birds. This project supports the Puget Sound Partnership Agenda Action Goal, which reads, by 2030, 25% of the samples gathered across Puget Sound habitats exhibit a declining trend of contaminant levels or are below thresholds of concern for species or human health. The project meets Strategy 3, which reads, healthy shorelines to have 930 tons of creosote removed. Tramp Harbor Dock is the only public fishing pier on Vashon Island. It is currently closed. A condition assessments reports were conducted in 2009 and again in 2015, which determined that 11 of the 98 piles had deteriorated and posed safety concerns. Because the DNR lease requires us to remove the present dock, it didn't make sense to spend the funds to repair the piles. The bulkhead is unsightly. The reason for the Jersey barrier is that in 2019, the concrete cap between the pier and the parking area had been pulled off by the sound, and the fill underneath the parking area near the road had been washed away. This required King County Roads to fill the void with rock and ecology blocks to stabilize the parking area and the roadway. This is in the King County right-of-way for which we are obtaining permits to do our work. Parking conditions are informal, there is no specified ADA, and it is unsightly. There is 300 feet of road parking to the south. Beach access stairs are deteriorated, so beach access is currently closed. There is no other public facility like the Tramp Harbor Dock on Vashon Island. Other relevant inventory in the service area includes the Dockton Marina, which is a new King County Parks public pier, but it is a boat marina, and the new Quartermaster Yacht Club Marina, but it is a private fee-based club. Other outdoor recreation opportunities in the service area includes 2 ball field complexes, a kayak operation, a skate park, a playground, a horse park, a swimming pool, and 10 parks with hiking trails, all in good condition other than the Tramp Harbor Dock. There are 8 other beach access parks where fishing is allowed on shore, but there is a gap in access and opportunity for an overwater marine environment experience for fishing, squidding, bird watching, and viewing marine life. From a 2015 survey, 40% use the dock for wildlife watching, 22% use it for fishing, but there is a myriad of other uses, including the beach, where shellfishing, picnicking, and scuba ranked high. Given its use, it stands to reason that factors contributing to fluctuations in use include weather, fishing seasons, and wildlife availability. Several community surveys indicated 74% use the dock and 43% use it regularly. 38% use it year-round. Regular use is generally 1 to 3 people at a time all throughout the day, whether it is fishing, bird watching, or just enjoying an overwater experience. But during squid season, which is November through January, off-islanders' use of the dock is daily at an average of 20 to 30 people at a time. A 2023 community survey helped identify the project need with a 43% priority rate. A 2017 community survey yielded 64% rating the dock replacement project in the district's capital improvement plan within its current comprehensive plan. In terms of project scope, existing natural features is 308 feet of public shoreline. Existing built features includes the current pier, which is constructed of creosote piles and timber planks. It is 340 feet long, which does not include the 30 by 60 foot angled platform at the end. It is 11 feet wide and has 98 piles. Existing built features also includes a 1,200 square foot picnic area, an 80-foot parking area to the north, plus 300 feet of road parking to the south, a 60-foot bulkhead, and stairs to the beach constructed of creosote timber and rusted metal. Proposed elements to be built includes a new pier made of steel grated or pultruded fiberglass grated decking and precast concrete piles. It will be 343 feet long, but that includes the reduced platform at the end. It will be 9 feet wide and have 32 concrete octagonal piles. Other proposed elements to be built includes 5 delineated parking spots, including 1 ADA, a new bulkhead, new aluminum stairs to the beach, and a bicycle rack for a cycling stopover. The picnic area to the north is not part of this project due to the additional costs. We wish to eventually address it since it would also remove a creosote foundation. That will be a future project unless fundraising is extensive enough to address it while construction is mobilized. The engineers have spec'd it. Bless you. The project scope purpose is to improve public access to overwater and beach recreation, meet the requirements of the new DNR lease, improve structural integrity, improve parking, and be true to our sustainability goal, which is to lead with environmental stewardship. Recreation opportunities this project will provide comes from the 2015 survey, with wildlife watching and fishing being the top uses. But survey respondents identified a number of other recreation opportunities, again, including shell fishing, picnicking, scuba, photographing, reading a book, playing with the dog, socializing, and swimming. The design aligns with need by restoring pier and beach access with sustainable building materials, location by replacing a deep water pier and beach access, and project scope by improving the water access structures. The design addresses constraints by meeting the requirements of the DNR lease. The design provides access for users of all abilities by improving parking with an ADA spot and providing full ADA accessibility for the new pier. This is an overlay of the new pier over the present pier. You can see it is shorter by at least 20 feet and stays below the -18 mean lower low water point. This is the existing conditions and temporary erosion and sediment control plan for the replacement of the bulkhead, parking area, stairs, and the beginning of the dock. It shows what is being excavated, including an abandoned vault. It shows the storm drains and catch basins. This is the overall structure plan for the new dock, bulkhead, parking, and stairs. And the parking plan for 5 marked spaces, including a van ADA. The plan for the new aluminum stairs to the beach. And the plan for the new bulkhead with grading and drainage. These plans are all to show that engineering is well underway at 90% completion. For the bulkhead replacement, the reason for continuing with hard armoring as opposed to soft armoring is that due to the proximity of the roadway and the extensive fill and large size rock that would be required to create a gentler slope, we do not believe that a softer shoreline would work in this case. The tidal forces in this location are sizable enough that even if we did a sloped shoreline alternative, it would include a large angular rock and not something that would be deemed soft, such as rounded habitat mix. The bulkhead is necessary for supporting the road and the parking. No sea level rise assessment was performed with respect to climate change on the design. Our top of grade elevation for the pier is roughly aligned with the elevation of the roadway and the parking lot, and approximately matches the existing top of deck elevation of the current pier. The project budget was prepared by KPFF Engineering to be approximately $3.2 million. The budget aligns with the funding sources of $500,000 from the ALEA grant, $1.6 million from a WWRP grant, $620,000 from a King County grant, $300,000 from fundraising, and $200,000 from the Vashon Park District. Design is at 90% completion. It will be 100% complete at the end of this summer. Fiberglass or steel braided decking will be determined at that point. 12 permits will be managed by Anchor QEA to be completed November 2025. The construction timeline, which is regulatory, is August 2026 through February 2027. This is the list of permits and their anticipated receipt dates. Project engagement started with a 2015 survey and 2 public meetings to gauge use. The survey response was 768 people, or 7.5% of Vashon residents. A 2017 community survey for strategic planning, the survey response was 950 people, or 9.1% of Vashon residents. A 2019 community meeting to discuss dock options, there were 20 attendees. And a 2021 Puyallup Tribe Council meeting to discuss the dock length relative to the Geoduck Tract. Project engagement continued with a 2022 newspaper op-ed and public meetings to share replacement alternatives. There were 48 attendees and responses, and 88% were in favor of replacing the dock. A 2023 community meeting to discuss the 30% engineer's design. There were 8 attendees, and a 2023 community survey for comprehensive planning. There were over 500 responses, or 4.4% of Vashon residents. Methods used were email, posters, postcards, and the local press. Populations engaged were Vashon residents, marinas, yacht clubs, and the state buoy list. The relevance of all this was that 64% rate the dock replacement as a priority. A citizen advisory group was formed and the dock design was determined. Relevant demographics are that 24.8% of the population is 65 plus, 10% are disabled and require special needs. So this drove the need for improved accessibility. How community input influenced the project design? They wanted the dock as long as possible, as wide as possible, with bench seating, improved parking, beach access, and made of sustainable building materials. How the Puyallup Tribe Council influenced the project design. They required the footprint to not exceed the -18 mean lower water point to protect the Point Hare Geoduck Tract. This respects tribal treaty rights. Partnerships for the project include the Vashon Parks Foundation for fundraising the $300,000 match. Their significance is that they fundraise for the Vashon Park District. Also assisting with fundraising is the Vashon Bird Alliance, who protects birds and diverse natural habitats. The Vashon Sportsman's Club, who advances and conserves hunting and fishing and the preservation of wildlife. The Vashon Nature Center, who creates transformative nature experiences. And the Vashon Heritage Museum, who collects and preserves the history of Vashon Island. And that's it.
Great, thank you, Elaine. Appreciate that. All right, questions or clarifications needed? Bailey, go ahead.
I was just wondering, you indicated that heavy use of this area is for fishing, there's shellfishing and clamming, and that use will continue once the new dock is built. But you also talked about how this project aligns with removing creosote from the area. I was wondering if there have been any kind of tests run, or if there will be any kind of tests run to check that, like shellfishing in the area is within safe like toxicity limits? Because having people fishing and shellfishing off of the creosote dock just raised a concern in my mind.
Yeah, so there was a sediment report that was done. It was conducted by DNR. It was one of the requirements of renewing the lease. And that found that the soil is not contaminated. They were very satisfied with the results of the report. So yeah, so we're all feeling good about that report. Sediment control, I think was what they called it, something like that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure, thanks, Bailey.
Thanks. Go ahead, Dave, and then Brittany.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. I just had a quick question about, you mentioned something about small boat launch or kayak launch. And then there was nothing in the presentation. So is that possible at the site, or is that not possible at the site?
It would be possible at the site. So it would really be kayaking or I mean, really like a small rowboat, something that could be easily carried down the stairs.
Okay.
You can access the beach from even the roadway that is nearby. So that is doable, but mostly what I was referring to was the renewed stair access. So parking in the new parking area, or as I said, the parking that's to the south with the 300 feet, it would be quite easy to carry a kayak down to the beach for kayak access.
Okay. Thank you.
Thanks, David.
Thanks, Brittany, and then Carrie.
Thanks, Carl. Hey, I just had a quick question on your WWRP match of 1.62 million. Is that pending, or is that from a previous grant cycle from 24?
Is pending. That's my next presentation.
Oh, okay, great, thanks.
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Matching grant. Yeah, go ahead, Brittany.
Hi, Elaine. Thanks for the presentation. You mentioned that you did not do a sea level rise assessment, and I'm assuming that's because of the proximity to the road, and the road, you know, is at whatever level it's going to be at. Have you guys checked with WisDOT or whoever I guess the ownership of any of the uplands area to see if anyone else has done a sea level rise assessment, or if there are plans for elevating, you know, more than just, I guess, the dock?
Yeah, there haven't been any that I'm aware of in the area, any kind of sea level assessment. As I was saying, they felt that you know, you're not going to be able to access the dock if sea level rises to the extent that it goes over the road, you know. So that was, I guess, the reasoning. We left that to the engineers, but no, they did not do any kind of sea level rise assessment, and I'm not aware of any report that has been done.
Thanks. Go ahead, Mike.
Hi, yeah, just a quick clarification question. Did you say that the dock and the stairs are currently closed?
Yes.
And they can't be reopened until the pilings are removed? Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, it really it didn't make sense to repair them, since we had to we really effectively have to replace the dock per the requirements of the DNR lease. And the reason why it was closed was it was both a requirement of our insurance company in addition to DNR,
Okay.
because of those condition assessments that were done.
And out of curiosity, does DNR have any timeline on the removal of the pilings or replacement?
Yeah, the lease as it stands right now it's 12 years, but we'll have the lease. We are working on having the lease extended to 30 years. So that's in the works. But yes, there is a timeline. We do have to have the pilings removed one way or the other, whether we replace the grant or the dock with grant funding, or we would just have to remove it altogether.
I see. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Thank you. Other questions or any clarifications needed on this project?
Excuse me, this is Chris. I just wanted to thank you, Elise, for the presentation, and also I think I brought up the soft armoring alternative analysis in the past, or in the technical review, and I appreciate you just documenting why that wasn't a possibility at this site. So thanks.
Thank you, Chris. Yeah. All of that information came from our engineers. They were quite responsive to it.
Great. All right. Any final questions? All right. Looks like we're good to go. Thank you, Elaine. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks, Carl. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right. That brings us to our next one, Port of Woodland. And we're a little ahead of schedule. I'm not sure if our next person is here. That doesn't look like it. Russell, is Jennifer presenting this one? Oh, there she is.
Jennifer will be presenting it. Yep.
All right. She's hopping on right now. Excellent. Thanks, Russell. Hi, Jennifer.
Hi.
Hey, welcome. Thanks for joining us.
Am I late?
Excellent timing. No, we're just a few minutes ahead of schedule, so we just finished the last one, so you're all good.
Oh, okay.
No worries. I'm gonna pull this PowerPoint up for you. Can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
All right, great. Well, you have 20 minutes, and I will pass you control. There you are. Go ahead and click on screen. You should be able to take that. Perfect.
All right.
All right. Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
All right. Well, good morning or early afternoon to you all. I'm Jennifer Ray Keene. I serve as the Executive Director of the Port of Woodland, and I'm here to present our application for the Austin Point Public Access for the ALEA funding. So the project site is in South Cowlitz County along the Columbia and Lewis River, and is just on the border of Cowlitz County, right prior to Clark County. The site is approximately 5 miles from the Interstate 5 and Exit 22 interchange, and 2 miles from the city of Woodland proper. The project area is 90 acres of undeveloped property that is zoned open space. Let's see here. The to overall, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you.
We
You're
can
good.
hear you.
Oh,
Yes.
okay. Okay, sorry, my my computer just said something. And it just glitched out on me. Sorry about that. I just lost visual. Can you give me just a minute? I'm sorry, I just lost visual.
Yeah, no problem. You mean you can't see your slides?
Yeah, I can't. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Eek.
It's all right. Maybe the window just got hidden behind the Zoom
Yeah,
window, got hidden behind something else.
yeah, that's what I like when it did that thing, it created something. I don't know. Um,
No worry, we're ahead of schedule, so don't worry about it. We can get it fixed. I paused the clock here, the timer.
okay, there we go. Okay, found it. Okay.
Cool.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay. The project will provide 90 acres of access to the public on the Lewis and Columbia rivers with 2,500 feet of beach access along the river, which is quite unique to find on the river today. The site is currently a public access of open space, but is highly limited due to its current site conditions with overgrown vegetation, wetlands, and years of neglect. A primitive parking area of sand and some gravel with barriers at its entry is all the improvements the port has made to date. There we go. By opening up the entire site minus the wetland area and buffers, with a more manageable and accessible design, the port provides ample opportunities for the public to access the rivers with 16 different spot locations along the shore and 4 miles of pathways, and along with amenities and signage along the way. The design of the amenities were to fit with the natural landscape without further eroding the environment. There are numerous studies and plans that have been conducted regarding water access within our region. These include the Port of Woodland's own comprehensive scheme of harbor improvements. However, with limited land availability along the river, those opportunities are few and far between. This is a current snapshot of some of the available public access. Most of them are for profit or cost that limits the availability for the public to access these sites. The only property that is a no-cost access is in Woodland at the Horseshoe Lake, and which has no access to the Columbia or Lewis River. The port is going to take in consideration the amenities that are provided at many of these other opportunities and feed those into our own, into this own property design. Over the numerous years, the port has explored recreational opportunities, and as part of the project, we have taken 2 years to identify what the port community has wanted into their own facility. This has included open houses, community events, parades, festivals, surveys, in-person meetings, and speeches. We have received thousands of responses, and that input was given to our consultants last year. This is just a snapshot of the current condition of the property and what it looks like. Sand and gravel, as I mentioned, with the overgrown vegetation and cottonwoods. The project will provide for a paid parking, drainage, restrooms, fish cleaning station, lookouts, picnic tables, pathways, and signage, and overall access to our beautiful rivers and shorelines. Through this project, if funded by RCO, we would be able to implement 90% of what the community desired for their public access. Overall, the project would provide the public a safe, beautiful, and natural area to be able to recreate. We would be able to meet ADA needs. We would have vault toilets and fish cleaning stations and access to 2 trailheads that would take pathways to our shorelines. 4 miles of pathways would wind around 90 acres of open space that would reach the shorelines. Some of these spots will have overlooks, picnic tables, shade shelters. A boardwalk, like such as this in the picture, would be constructed to around more sensitive areas near our buffers around the wetlands to be made sure that the continual flow would be able to maintain the wetland. Due to the lack of available infrastructure near Austin Point, restrooms will be brought in as like this, the compost vault style toilets, so that we can provide amenities throughout the site without bringing in additional infrastructure. Lookouts and access to the shoreline to views such as this along the Columbia River will provide visitors opportunities for water recreation. Just above this spot is planned to be one of the larger pavilions at the point that will look over a large, vast area of the Columbia and Lewis River. The budget was created through the port's contract with a consultant through a 30% design phase. Additionally, we consulted with an environmental consulting firm for the additional work for the cultural resources and all to ensure that the construction was outside of buffers and other sensitive areas. This was to ensure that it also lowered our cost for the project. The next steps will require design, engineering, and final phase of permitting, and that should take 6 to 9 months, and pending the time of construction would take at most up to 1 year. Over the last 2 years, as I mentioned, that we have done a full phase of public engagement opportunities. We wanted to ensure that we engaged with our retired population, as well as our Hispanic and Latino residents who predominantly use this site. We did this through a variety of means that I identified earlier. Because most of them do use Horseshoe Lake Park. We did reach out to them in that location, as well as even going down to our own location and interviewing them during high times of use. This is just a snapshot of some of the survey questions that we provided. Again, trying to meet the needs of our future visitors to the property. We wanted to ensure that we made all attempts to meet their requirements, and we did so with the design. Working with our ADO, our Economic Development Council, we're working with a grant writer for 2 amenities that are not in this application that we're doing through a partnership, is for a playground and an off-leash fenced dog park. Those are in the works right now. In addition, we are working with the Cowlitz County Noxious Weed Board to be able to identify properly the invasive weed species and be able to remove those during the non-growing season. And with that, I want to thank you on behalf of our Port Commission. And I want to give a special thank you to Russell, our staff member, who has greatly assisted me in answering lots of my questions. And just want to thank you for all of your time.
All right. Thank you, Jennifer. Appreciate that. Okay, questions from the committee or any clarifications needed? Dave, go ahead.
Good presentation, Jennifer. In the technical review presentation, you talked about the current use of the site a little bit more. And can you briefly mention what the current use is and the need for the park, the need for the developments there?
So the current, the 103 acres is, most of it is cut off from the public. There are 3 beacons on the site for Warrior Rock for navigation. But we do have a small space of it available for public access. 13 acres of it is wetland mitigation or wetland site. It's not for mitigation, I'm sorry. And then to the north of this site is heavy industrial.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks. Other questions or anything you need clarified? Go ahead, Mike.
Just clarification, I think. How far along are you in the design, and can you say what your schedule is?
So we have 30% completed. This is where we are at today. So we would, for the remaining design, engineering, and permitting would require 6 to 9 months to complete. And then construction would take, pending the time of year when it would be constructed, at worst, it would take 1 year.
Okay, thank you. And just with a follow-up question, I remember before you had spoken about all the, the tire ruts out on site. Is your does your 30% design address that, or are those being addressed in another way?
In our in-kind work, in one of my previous slides, I did mention that. I'm sorry, I did not touch upon that. The court will be doing the removal of those ruts as part of our in-kind work with the invasive species removal. So some of the rut locations are part of the trail system though. And so those will be incorporated into those. So it depends on which ones are which.
Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Chris.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I guess I'm curious on, with all the different trails, how many of these are more like boardwalk trails, and then how many are on ground paved or gravel trails? And I guess I'm mainly asking because I know boardwalks can get extremely expensive to build, and so I'm guessing for the size of the funding, I guess I was surprised to see that maybe it's not as much boardwalk as on ground trails.
Correct. So the boardwalk is very limited to just where the flow of where we can see the seasonal flow of where water would be flowing, where our environmental consultants identified where that flow is coming from. And that's where we put the boardwalk. So it connects between like paved pathways to the boardwalk and then go back to paved. So most of it is in the back section, along like towards behind the wetland towards Dyke Road. There's a couple of sections right there where we did that because of the flow from the road, which is higher than the dike, or the dike is higher than the ground. So the water comes off of there. So we wanted to make sure that flow was not interrupted. You're muted, sorry.
You don't have thank you. You don't have a footage of like amount of boardwalk constructed by chance?
I do, but not off the top of my head.
Okay.
I'm so sorry.
That's okay. But
It's pretty minimal. It is very minimal. I want to say I believe it's no more than 100 feet. I don't believe they tried to, it was just around very sensitive flow areas.
Yeah, Chris, if you, on the left-hand side of the evaluation module, if you scroll down, you'll get to more of those metric details. So there's actually 840 feet.
Oh.
So 10,000 feet of asphalt and 840 of boardwalk.
That's right. I was thinking of something else. Sorry.
No, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, and I know when you get to construction, sometimes things flex a little, so it could end up being a little more, a little less, and that's not a problem at all.
Yeah, and I know one of the things that we're looking at with potentially the looking at using recycled material, we are exploring that, changing that out for asphalt. Will that work for a boardwalk and permeable? We don't know. We're doing a lot more. We're having our environmental consultants review that and checking in with the Forest Service back east if that worked.
Great. Anything else that folks need or questions? All right, looks like we're good. Jennifer, thank you so much for joining us.
All right, thank you for your time. Have a great day.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, we've made it to lunch a little early. That's not a bad thing. We start back up at 1:25, so try to be back on around 1:20-ish, and we can keep on rolling with the DNR project. Thanks, everyone. Enjoy your lunch.
Thank you.
Hey, everybody, welcome back.
Hi, Carl.
Heather, we can see you now. It's working.
Yeah, it took a little IT help desk support, but got it.
Right on. Glad you figured that out. Okay, next up, DNR project at Lake Bay. And looks like Allison Cole is here to present. There you are. Hello, Allison.
Hello.
Welcome. Okay, let me grab your PowerPoint. Can you see that okay?
Yes, I can.
All right. Good. Well, it looks like we're all back and ready to go. So let's carry on. Allison, I'm going to pass you control so you can advance your slides. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen there. You should be able to take that. Perfect.
Got it. Okay. Perfect. Thanks. Are we good to go?
We're good. Whenever you're ready, go ahead. You have 20 minutes.
All right. Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Allison Cole from the Aquatic Resources Division of the Department of Natural Resources, and I am here to present application 241625 for the Lake Bay Marina Shoreline Restoration Project. DNR is requesting $205,001 from RCO, with matching funds provided by DNR to restore the marine shoreline of this historic and beautiful site. Lake Bay Marina is located on Key Peninsula in Pierce County. The property's shoreline is within Mayo Cove, along the western shore of Carr Inlet in South Puget Sound. In the image on the left, circled in red, you can see where the site is located in relation to Tacoma and nearby islands. The photo on the right is an aerial view of the entire property, also circled in red. Please note for later in the presentation that Penrose Point State Park is located across the cove from this property. This part of the larger project will focus on restoring the marine shoreline adjacent to Mayo Cove. This location is not only important for environmental reasons, but also holds historical and cultural significance. It has been a symbolic site for the Key Peninsula community and is important to the Nisqually, Puyallup, and Squaxin tribes. The restoration efforts will help preserve the rich heritage while enhancing the natural habitat. The Department of Natural Resources purchased Lake Bay Marina using RCO grant funds in 2021 with the intention of rehabilitating the historic site for recreational use by all Washingtonians. Today, we are seeking funding under the ALEA grant program to begin first steps of revitalizing this charming and historic destination. Activities that will be included in this restoration effort are to remove the failing timber bulkhead, regrade the beach, add beach nourishment, provide erosion control, and conduct additional cultural resource assessments while preparing for and completing the ground disturbing work at this site. This part of the restoration project will address the timber pilings and beach area outlined in red on the photo. We intend to remove the debris from the now defunct boat ramp, but leave that section of beach between the pilings clear of plantings to provide public beach access to hand launch boats and swimming. At this time, we will not be relocating the boat ramp. In future phases of this project, we intend to restore the pier and iconic overwater building and provide temporary moorage slips for motorized boats in the deeper water past the pier and building. The current condition of the Lake Bay Marina site is quite poor and has been deteriorating for many years. There is a 326-foot-long timber bulkhead wall along the eastern shoreline that wraps around to the south side. This bulkhead is made of creosote-treated timber piles placed every 3 to 4 feet, with timber planks that rise 3 to 3.5 feet above the ground. Over time, gaps have formed behind the bulkhead, causing the upland bank and the bulkhead to fail in retaining the soil. This has led to a vertical drop of 2 to 3 feet along the length of the bank, which you can see in the picture on the right. The degraded state of the shoreline at Lake Bay Marina has been a long-standing issue. The failing bulkhead not only looks bad, but also disrupts the natural processes of the shoreline. The creosote-treated wood is harmful to the environment, and the erosion is worsening the condition of the land. Restoring this area is essential to improving the health of the shoreline and preventing further damage. By removing the armoring, regrading the beach, and adding appropriate nourishment, we are hoping to recreate a shoreline like the photo on the left. This restoration project will reinstate natural sediment movement and transport, which is crucial for maintaining healthy shorelines, especially in this dynamic pocket estuary. This process supports high-value aquatic lands by ensuring they remain productive and resilient, contributing to essential ecological functions and processes. These areas will see improved water quality and habitat complexity, benefiting species that rely on these ecosystems like those in the graphic on the right. By reintroducing natural processes, we allow these areas to evolve without human interference. This self-sustaining approach ensures that high-priority ecological landscapes can thrive independently, maintaining their ecological integrity over time. By removing shoreline armoring, we restore natural sediment dynamics, promote habitat diversity, and support the ecological health of this coastal area. The removal of the timber bulkhead wall will allow the shoreline to regain its natural contours and gradients, which are essential for maintaining healthy freshwater, estuarine, and marine habitats. The restoration will promote sediment supply and transport within Mayo Cove, as well as local sandspit growth and stability. The aerial drawing on the right displays the drift cell that Lake Bay Marina is part of. A feeder bluff on the north side of the cove transports sediment down the shoreline and is eventually deposited on or nearby the Lake Bay Marina property. It has been demonstrated that the removal of armoring structures promotes better water circulation and sediment movement along the shoreline. Improved water circulation helps distribute nutrients and oxygen more effectively, benefiting both aquatic plants and animals. Meanwhile, enhanced sediment transport contributes to the formation of dynamic habitats such as sandbars and tidal flats, which are vital for many marine species, including fish, crustaceans, and mollusks. The added vegetation and log edging from this restoration project will act as a buffer between the uplands and the marine environment, reducing erosion and filtering pollutants from runoff before they enter the water column. These vegetated zones also provide food and shelter for numerous species, further enriching the quality of the environment. The armoring removal will help to restore the natural resilience of the shoreline within the cove. Natural shorelines are better able to adapt to changes in water level and storm events, providing a more stable and sustainable environment for organisms to thrive. Lake Bay Marina is located in the Kitsap watershed, circled in red on the right-hand map. The Kitsap watershed is the Water Resource Inventory Area 15. While Lake Bay isn't mentioned specifically in Area 15, we believe that this work is a net benefit to the Kitsap watershed and falls in line with the planned purpose by improving ecosystem function and resilience in Mayo Cove. The Kitsap Basin supports species listed under the Endangered Species Act, such as Chinook salmon, summer chum, and steelhead populations, and many other important bird, fish, and bivalve species. This project also supports Strategy 3, Healthy Shorelines, in the Puget Sound Action Agenda. We will be removing 326 linear feet of creosote-treated timber bulkhead, which is mentioned specifically as a key opportunity for success within the larger Healthy Shoreline strategy. Given the heavily degraded condition of the site, recent wildlife assessments at the marina have shown a low diversity of species. WDFW shows that marine species native to nearby Henderson Bay include coho and Chinook salmon, cutthroat trout, as well as numerous invertebrate species, birds, and marine mammals. By restoring the shoreline and revitalizing the nearshore ecosystem, the chances of bringing these species back to the nearshore habitat of Mayo Cove increases significantly. This aerial photo from 1957 on the left shows that the shoreline armoring has been in place for at least 70 years. As I mentioned in the last slide, a key opportunity delineated in the Puget Sound Action Agenda is to identify opportunities for restoring these nearshore areas to their natural state. The black lines on the map on the right show other hard armoring sites nearby. We are coordinating with the Pierce County Conservation District Shore Friendly Program to use this site as an example of shore-friendly practices, to showcase that armoring alternatives are feasible and beneficial to habitats and aquatic species. Ongoing community engagement and outreach regarding armoring removal will be conducted in partnership with the Conservation District. By completing this restoration project, we can showcase the benefits of restoring natural shorelines and removing armoring to private homeowners in Mayo Cove. This can help raise awareness about the positive impact on the environment and the community. Overall, this project not only aims to improve the health of the shoreline, but also to support and engage the local community in these efforts. The Lake Bay project site is well suited for its intended uses, which include shoreline restoration, habitat enhancement, and eventual infrastructure improvements. The site's varied topography, including shoreline and upland areas, provides a good base for these projects. The soil conditions, with a mix of sand, gravel, and finer sediments, support different aspects of the restoration work. Natural features like diverse vegetation and coastal processes help enhance habitats and recreational opportunities. Overall, the site's natural characteristics align well with the project goals, making it an ideal location for these restoration activities. As you might remember from the maps I showed in the beginning, Lake Bay Marina is situated near Penrose Point State Park. Interestingly, though, the state park is nearby, it is situated in another drift cell, and removing hard armoring at Lake Bay Marina will not duplicate ecological functions or processes of restoration activities at Penrose Point. The intention of the larger project at Lake Bay is to provide a gathering space for locals and visitors. Later phases of the project following the shoreline restoration will allow us to preserve the historically significant infrastructure on the property and will ultimately result in a site offering public upland and beach access, transient moorage off the pier, and a functioning community gathering space. Due to the current conditions of the site, such as erosion of the shoreline and failing timber bulkhead, we cannot ensure public safety until we restore the shoreline. The Lake Bay Marina site has a rich history and diverse uses. Historically, it was home to the Washington Cooperative Egg and Poultry Association, established by local farmers in 1928. This cooperative was a bustling center for trading eggs and other goods, especially during the Great Depression and World War II, and home to the renowned mosquito fleet, which transported passengers and goods all over Puget Sound. In the 1950s, the cooperative merged with another, and the site transitioned to a marina and resort, featuring cabins and a restaurant. This site has since been recognized for its historical significance, being listed on the Pierce County Register of Historic Places. The ecological functions at this site are significant. Mayo Cove provides a home for various species, including forage fish like surf smelt and sand lance, which are crucial for the local food web. The surrounding area also supports ESA-listed salmon species, as mentioned before. Efforts are underway to restore the natural shoreline processes to enhance habitat diversity and connectivity. These initiatives aim to revitalize the site's ecological health, ensuring it can support diverse wildlife while also preserving its historical significance. The Lake Bay Marina site is a unique opportunity to address ecological needs. The alternative analysis report that we received from Blue Coast Engineering does not identify any similar sites nearby that offer the same potential for ecological restoration. The Lake Bay site stands out due to its specific combination of historical disturbance and potential for ecological improvement, making it a one-of-a-kind opportunity for significant environmental restoration. Mean sea level in Puget Sound is predicted to increase with sea level rise because of climate change-related impacts. Blue Coast engineers completed a desktop analysis to assess sea level rise for this phase of design to understand the frequency and level of saltwater inundation along the shoreline at Lake Bay. Sea level rise projections were extrapolated for the marina property for 1, 2, 50, and 100-year intervals, and include fluctuations due to astronomical tide, storm surge, wind, and wave setup. During the next phase of design, we intend to create more detailed water level inundation maps that incorporate sea level rise for various scenarios and look at the potential impacts to the planned upland infrastructure based on the design life and risk tolerance for inundation. This will inform future planning, operation, and maintenance for the site, ensuring we are prepared for various sea level rise scenarios. The size and configuration of the Lake Bay Marina site are sufficient to meet the specified ecological goals on their own. The site includes approximately 660 feet of shoreline with a mix of armored and unarmored sections that influence water flow and connectivity. The site's layout allows for the creation of corridors that support species movement and ecological processes, crucial for achieving the restoration goals. Efforts to restore the shoreline will focus on improving the edge and interior habitats by removing invasive species and enhancing native vegetation. While the landscape design is not yet finalized, we will likely plant native shrubs, ground covers, and grasses near the restored shoreline. Once established, these native plants, such as silverweed, sea thrift, pickleweed, dwarf Oregon grape, and bald hip rose, will serve as habitat for local wildlife, and they will help stabilize the soil. We will install temporary fencing and ensure that plantings occur in the fall or winter to reduce irrigation needs and anthropogenic disturbance in the slower season while the plants establish themselves. Blue Coast Engineering provided us with the 30% preferred design drawing for the shoreline and adjacent creek restoration projects, which you can see here. The demolition plan is on the left and the restoration plan is on the right. Our subcontractors believe it will be a short turnaround to get from 30 to 100% design for restoration, which will be complete before the start of the next biennium. In addition, most permits have been submitted and are currently pending approval. The existing surrounding land use of the Lake Bay shoreline is currently a mix of natural and developed areas, with some shoreline armoring and infrastructure such as a pump house, groundwater well, and septic systems. The condition of these areas varies, with some sections showing signs of erosion and the presence of debris like timber pilings and concrete barriers. The future concerns for this area include habitat degradation due to increased armoring in the drift cell that will disrupt natural sediment transport, and the need to manage utilities like the well and septic systems to avoid environmental harm. Zoning and comprehensive planning will need to address the balance between restoring natural shoreline processes and maintaining necessary infrastructure. Our overarching goal is to improve ecological health, aesthetics, and recreational use while minimizing negative impacts on existing infrastructure. On this slide, you can see a simple drawing of the preferred alternative restoration design. The timber wall will be removed along the shoreline of Mayo Cove, except for a section near the pump house and freshwater well. In a later phase, we will work with engineers to design the necessary partial armoring that will be added to protect the only freshwater source on the property. Once the existing timber pilings and debris are removed, the exposed shoreline will be regraded and nearshore fill will be removed. Appropriate beach substrate will be added, and native plantings will be placed on the nearshore and backshore beach areas. Large wood will be added every 25 linear feet to enhance habitat and protect plantings. Native plantings will be used to reduce maintenance costs over time. We do not anticipate hands-on management of the restoration area after the vegetation has established. This restoration project is the first phase of this much larger project at the site. This site will be maintained and managed by either DNR or state parks in the long term. Since acquiring the property, we have conducted 3 in-person public outreach events, 1 tabling event, and 2 online surveys to gauge priorities from the Key Peninsula and South Sound boating communities. In addition to these formal outreach events, we also have a dedicated Lake Bay Marina email address that has been used by multiple residents to contact us about the property. The Key Peninsula community is home to approximately 20,000 people, and the area is a popular destination for boaters. Public meetings have included around 200 people each, and newspaper articles and our website have likely reached far more. We have met with the Nisqually, Squaxin, and Puyallup tribes who are all very interested in this project. The affected tribes will be on site for any ground disturbing work and additional cultural resource studies going forward. We would like to work with each tribe to help develop cultural resource signage that reflects the history of the site and incorporates tribal art and language. In addition to signage, there are additional opportunities to host traditional gatherings for these tribes once restoration is complete. Community outreach is essential throughout this process to ensure DNR's actions align with the community needs and values. The overwhelming response to our online surveys and public meeting comments show that the community is most interested in celebrating Lake Bay Marina's history, having a community gathering space, restoring the site to be a safe and natural environment, and having value added year-round. The community was very supportive of the shoreline restoration on the property to improve habitat and finding a better way to protect the shoreline and uplands than currently exists. Since the acquisition of this property, we have formally partnered with Arbol Marine Parks Conservancy and state parks, who have helped guide design decisions, acquire funding, and provide support for the overall project. In addition, there is a core group of neighbors who are very engaged with this effort. While this is an informal partnership, we feel fortunate to have a group that cares so much about this project and anticipate working with them throughout this entire process. This concludes my presentation. Thank you so much for your time, and I would be happy to take questions.
All right, thank you, Allison. Okay, nice job. Questions on this project or any clarifications that folks need? No, I think it was pretty thorough. Dave, you got something?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask about the proximity. I mean, could you walk from this site to state parks? Are there homes between, or what's the connectivity with state parks from the park to this site?
I think it's walkable. I don't know exactly. I do know that the best access, if we want to, I don't know if we can go back to the photo of like the slide in the back, but it's definitely most easily accessible through like across the water directly from Lake Bay to let's see. Yeah. So if you look, you'll see that you can really easily access Penrose State Park via water. And then it's also drivable if you go sort of around on land.
Okay. Is the
Yeah.
site open currently or is it closed?
What site? Lake Bay?
Lake Bay, yeah.
Yeah, it's currently publicly accessible for day use. Yeah.
Okay. All right, thanks.
Yeah, of course.
Mike, go ahead. You're muted, Mike. Hey, Mike, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Oh, sorry. I went on and on.
No worries.
Okay. Question, you're talking about, I think, removing some armoring along the stream there, as well as removing the bulkhead there along the sort of outward facing part of the shoreline. And then I think coming back later and doing sort of a engineering work and to analyze the scour issue around and design engineering of the bulkhead there for the pier. But I was just wondering, A, is that true? And B, if that's the case, what are the plans for the bulkhead installation? And I'm kind of just wondering about the scour potential of that stream in advance of actually doing that future phase.
Yeah, of course. I will answer as much of that as I can. So the removal of the bulkhead on the stream side was requested for funding by the WWRP State Lands Restoration Program. And what was your question about the scour?
Yeah, I think you're removing some armoring there on the stream, but
Yeah.
Future sort of reinforcement work for the pier is yet to come. And so there's a period of time, I think, where there will be some potential for stream migration that's unmitigated, if you will, for as far as protecting the pier.
I see. Yes. That we haven't had a design put in place yet for that, additional bulkhead by the freshwater well later. But we will have that designed soon. And the freshwater well is located right by the pier, actually. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Thanks. Other questions? Chris, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. I guess a question on the pier itself, and I apologize if you mentioned this. Are there plans to do any maintenance on the pier or reconstruction? We heard in a previous applicant talk that all the creosote, another pier was going to be completely redone because it had creosote pilings and shading, overwater shading. What's the status of this pier, and is that like a future phase?
Yeah, so we have money, our BA has money dedicated to redoing the entire pier. So they're planning to do a full replacement of the creosote pilings really soon. And we might extend the pier into the uplands a little bit. So that's sort of the plan for the pier.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry if I missed that.
No, not at all.
All right, other questions or clarifications? All right, I don't see anything. Well, thanks, Allison. Really appreciate you joining us and presenting.
Thank you, Carl. Thanks,
Okay,
everyone.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
All right, heading over to the east side for, I think, our first acquisition project. And let me see. Yeah, it looks like Paul is here. You're going to present this one, Paul? Paul, can you hear me? Looks like you're logged in, but maybe stepped away for a minute. We're just a little ahead of schedule.
Hey, Carl. This is
Yes.
Paul from Forterra. I'm just
Hey.
gonna switch. I'm gonna switch my computer. I'm having some unstable internet connection, so just give me a couple minutes. I'm gonna log back on again.
Yeah, go right ahead. Sounds good.
All right. Okay.
Just waiting for him to rejoin. There it is. All right. Hey, Noah, are you helping with this one as well?
Yeah, I think Paul's kind of running the show, but I'll be here for questions and wherever I can help out.
Okay, sounds good. Well, he's just getting logged back in, joining the meeting. There we go. We can see you. How you doing, Paul?
Good. Can you hear me okay?
I can. How about everyone else? Sound all right out there? Cool. All right. Oh, my goodness, this is really jumpy. This presentation. Oh, Frog's home. All right. You ready to go, Paul? You're all reconnected?
Yep, all ready.
Okay, excellent. I'll pass you control. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. Make sure that works. Great. Well, you can start whenever you're ready.
Okay. Hi, I'm Paul Craigle with Forterra, here with Noah Oliver, cultural geographer with the Confederated Tribes and Bands of the Yakama Nation. I am honored to present an acquisition project which meets ALEA's single purpose of protection and enhancement. Forterra is working with the Yakama Nation to repatriate 180 acres of culturally significant. The property is known as a
Paul,
Nishite, which
we're
translates
Paul,
Forterra
we're losing your audio.
and we'll transfer it to the Yakama Nation with this grant.
I don't know if you can hear me, Paul.
Damn.
you're cutting in and out. Try turn off your
Noah, do you have the script?
camera. Sometimes it helps if you turn off your camera with bandwidth. Your camera is like frozen too, so
All right, let me try.
that sometimes helps. And then why not? Let's try that. If that doesn't work, then yeah, maybe if Noah can be your stunt double.
I'm not even
Yeah,
able
either
to-
way.
Hold on a sec here. Noah, do you have the script?
I do, yeah.
Oh, why don't you go ahead and do it? I'm having problems here.
Okay.
Well, Noah, should I give you controls?
No, that's okay. Paul you can still flip through the
No,
slides, Paul.
no. Sorry,
Okay.
I'm having major problems. I apologize.
Okay, no worries. That happens in the Zoom world. Let me, whoops. All right, let go of the mouse for a minute so I can stop control. Okay, Noah, should I give you control, Noah, or do you want me to advance slides?
Sure, you can give them to me. I'll give it a shot.
Okay, sounds good. Well, let's just get back. Let's just start from the beginning because I'm not sure when you started cutting out. And there you are. Okay. Noah, go ahead and click on the screen, see if that works for you.
Okay.
There it
How do
goes.
Is it advancing the, okay.
It did. You
I
should
can
be
go
able
back.
to, yeah, use those little arrows, or sometimes like the arrow keys on your keyboard work.
Okay. Oh, there we go. Back to the beginning. All right. All right. Well, hello. I'm Noah Oliver. I'm a cultural geographer and archaeologist with the Confederated Tribes and Bands of the Yakama Nation. I'm here with Paul Craigle with Forterra, and we're excited to present Yakama Nation's project to repatriate 180 acres of culturally significant lands and the Yakama Nation's tributary along the Yakama River main stem for riparian habitat restoration. We know the property as Aliquatnashaikt, which translates in Ichishkin Sinuit, the Yakama's dialect, as the frog's home. See if that will advance the slide or not. There we go.
One more slide, Noah.
Let's see if it goes. Just a little delay there. All right. So the project is located in Yakima County in central Washington. It's off the main stem of the Yakima River, near the lower Yakima River. Let's see. It is south of the city of Yakima near the Yakama Nation Reservation at the south end of the Gap to Gap Reach on the Yakama Nation main stem, which is a 10-mile reach between Sela Gap in the north. See here, there's a map that will help articulate this a little bit better. So there's the project. Whoa. Okay, jumped ahead a little bit there. Looks like I might be having some issues as well. But this 10-mile reach between Sela Gap contains side channel habitat. And do you want to go ahead and try to, if your audio will work, Paul, maybe you can describe the slides that we're currently on. It's kind of jumping around on me.
Okay. We're on slide. All right.
Slide 6, it says.
Okay. Yes, this property is 180 acres. The diagonal yellow lines are an excluded area for a future language and cultural center. This acquisition will set the stage for future restoration. The Yakama Nation has plans for a future interpretive trail with environmental education about the river. The river and side channels are navigable, but the property's wetlands aren't suitable for boat launching. The project goal is to reacquire culturally significant lands with the Yakama River side channel habitat to connect floodplains, improve water quality and quantity in a high priority reach of the river, and provide cultural and ecological learning opportunities for the public. 2, fit with protection goals. This project will protect high-value aquatic lands and support broader restoration of the ecological processes for salmon and birds. 94% of the property is riparian habitat, with 0.47 miles of the Blue Slough, a Yakima River side channel that originates on the property, plus 53 acres of wetland and 116 acres of 100-year floodplain. The wetlands are along the river and eastern side of the property. The property has documented occurrences of federally threatened mid-Columbia steelhead, shown here in light green. It is also habitat for spring Chinook, shown in blue, fall upper Columbia Chinook in dark green, and coho in pink. The property is part of a winter waterfowl concentration, shown in green, that hosts approximately 500 birds. A great blue heron colony, shown in purple, is on site. Most of the property is breeding habitat for the Ferruginous hawk, which is a state endangered species, shown here in diagonal green lines. Both great blue heron and American white pelican are WDFW priority species on site. The north-facing hillside in the uplands contains intact and diverse shrub steppe habitat communities with sage and bunch grasses. The site has wetlands, saturated surface soils, and riparian shrubs and trees. Next slide, including cottonwood snags. Cottonwood trees are critical for riparian areas as they provide shade that keeps water cool, add large woody debris to increase channel complexity, and scatter small leaf debris that attracts insects that are prey for salmon. Next slide. Moxie Drain is a ditch that drains agricultural wastewater from surrounding lands outlined here in teal. On site, it dumps into the river, contributing sediment and pesticides that degrade water quality. Acquisition will allow Yakima Nation to improve water quality by disconnecting this drainage dish from the river. Next slide. Frog's Home is in a hyporheic zone where surface and groundwater mix, creating cooler summer waters and warmer winter waters, particularly ideal for salmonid rearing. Rattlesnake Ridge at the south of the property provides shade that maintains cooler groundwater overall. Next slide. The property is also a critical aquifer recharge area. A 2022 Washington Water Trust study found that the property has irrigation water rights with a consumptive use of 387 acre-feet per year. Once acquired, the Yakima Nation will dedicate these rights to groundwater recharge and stream flow. Next slide. In addition to being high value on its own, Frog's Home supports a regional restoration in the larger landscape, the gap-to-gap reach of the Yakima River. Along the floodplain, Frog's Home is the last in a chain of protected lands. As you can see, shown in green, brown, and light green, much of the floodplain is already public, tribal, or private conservation land. Protecting and restoring Frog's Home would complete the chain of protected lands as waters converge to the Union Gap. Studies have shown that this stretch of the river has degraded, has degraded habitat quality due to levees that confine the river and disconnect floodplains. Yakima County's Gap-to-Gap Restoration Project will remove the levees in pink and install the ones in purple further away so the river and side channels, including Blue Slough, can perform geomorphic work to improve water quality. The project will increase the size of the floodplain by allowing the river and side channels like Blue Slough to meander. Once this and other restoration projects shown in green dots, including 5 funded by ARSO in the past decade, are complete, natural floodplain processes will reestablish. These natural processes will increase overall ecologic function as enhanced floodplains and improved riparian habitat. Okay, next slide. The project will offer environmental benefits by permanently protecting the land from agricultural uses. It will dedicate the land and water rights to floodplain protection, streamflow restoration, and groundwater recharge. With grazing permanently eliminated, cottonwoods will be able to grow as cottonwoods can regrow naturally once grazing is reduced. On similar floodplains nearby, cottonwoods and willow are regrowing due to other restoration projects. In the future, Yakima Nation plans to create new wetlands and enhance Blue Slough with enhanced habitat features, including replanting of cottonwoods. Next slide. 4, need for protection. The Yakima River is a significant tributary of the Columbia River, with migrating and spawning habitat for numerous salmonids. Its flows originate from snow melt and rainfall on the eastern slope of the Cascade Mountains, and it irrigates one of the top agricultural producing regions in the state. Next slide. This project supports the Yakima Basin Integrated Plan's actions for main stem floodplain channel and habitat restoration in the Gap-to-Gap Reach. After years of drought, water rights and conflicts, and wildlife loss, a diverse group of 23 stakeholders, including state agencies and the Yakima Nation, came together to form this congressionally authorized long-range plan. This project meets the priorities of the Yakima Basin Fish and Wildlife Recovery Board for floodplain and side channel restoration in this reach. Once acquired, the project will be managed by the Yakima Nation Fisheries Strategic Plan, focusing on fish passage, floodplain connectivity, revegetation, and weed control. Next slide. In the Yakima Basin Steelhead Recovery Plan, the project addresses lower mainstem action number 6, restore mainstem and side channel habitat in the Gap-to-Gap Reach, and number 9, improve quality of irrigation return flows. Returning the land of the Yakima Nation ownership will facilitate restoration and Moxie drain diversion. It also supports basin-wide action number 12 by improving cottonwood recruitment. Acquisition will eliminate grazing, enabling natural regrowth of historic cottonwood stands even without future replanting. As mentioned, Frog Comb complements the Gap-to-Gap levee removal project, which is part of the Yakima Basin Integrated Plan. The acquisition protects the last unprotected floodplain where Blue Slough begins. It is the last in a chain of protected lands. Next slide. Adjacent to the north of Frog's Home is the Bureau of Reclamation land that also contains similar bird habitat, shown here in gray diagonal outline. It is managed as a protected floodplain. Adjacent to the east is Moxie Bog, the Nature Conservancy's wetland preserve. The bog habitat, shown in purple, extends onto the property and provides a glimpse of what the greater riparian area would have looked like prior to Euro-American settlement. Next slide. The Reaches Project, a study of the entire river's ecology, supports the need for the project. It found that this reach has the highest potential for restoration due to its size, location, condition, willing sellers, and water availability. Also, the engineering report for the county's Gap-to-Gap project predicted a high chance of success once the engineered hardpoints, the 3 Gap-to-Gap levees, are removed. The resulting process-based restoration will quickly allow the river to river access to historic floodplain channels and riparian areas, including the property. Next slide. As mentioned, the site is habitat for federally threatened mid-Columbia steelhead, state endangered ferruginous hawk, and a great blue heron and American white pelican, both priority species. Next slide. 6, suitability for protection. The Yakima Nation has fished, gathered, and practiced religious ceremonies on 11 million acres since time immemorial. The project is within the nation's ceded lands and near the reservation. Next slide. The Frog's Home is part of Yakima Nation's creation story, exploring people's responsibility to care for the river and the Creator's law of water as the giver of life. Anahoy, or bear, and Aloquat, frog, were getting ready for the coming of people by deciding how day and night will be organized. Anahoy wanted people to hibernate to give the earth time to heal. Aloquat's constant chorus pushed for a half day and half night. When Aloquat got his way, the Creator asked Aloquat with ensuring that people took care of the river. Aloquat created his home at the base of the mountain with conditions to protect water quantity, quality, and temperature. This is a one-of-a-kind opportunity to protect a place, part of their creation story that connects to protecting the river. Next slide. In this 1927 aerial photo, the property outline shows that Blue Slough was once much larger. Historically, the ecological functions of this site were directly connected to the Yakima River. However, the Gap-to-Gap levees drastically changed the water flow in this reach, inverting it so that it has unusually high water levels in the summer with no movement and low levels with in the winter due to irrigation. Protecting this land will allow the channel to meander and grow, providing additional side channel habitat for salmon. Since this is the beginning of the Blue Slough, this property is a unique opportunity. This aerial photo also shows an immense cottonwood forest circled in yellow once covered a significant portion of the floodplain. Next slide. Now, almost all has been lost due to grazing. Before Furterra pre-acquired the property in 2023, Frog's Home was a ranch and a farm with irrigated farmland and grazing of 250 cattle. The cattle compacted the soil and damaged the riparian areas because it was too large of a herd. Next slide. The property size helps to ensure the project will meet the goals of reconnecting floodplains. As a floodplain swells once the Gap-to-Gap levees are removed, unexpected streams, ponds, or side channels may form. Acquiring all 180 acres, not just portions with the Blue Slough, dedicates the entire property to floodplain management and mitigates the risk of unprotected new waterways. This is the only place where Moxie grain can be used for groundwater recharge, since it is the final property the drain flows through and is an area where ground and surface water mix. Next slide. Frog's Home is contiguous with protected floodplain managed by the Bureau of Reclamation Land to the north. Along the floodplain, Frog's Home is the last in a chain of protected lands. As you can see, shown in greens and brown, much of the floodplain within this region downstream is already public, tribal, or private conservation land. Protecting and restoring Frog's Home would complete the chain of protected lands as waters converge at Union Gap. Next slide. Number 7, urgency and viability. Acquiring the land now will align with the scheduled completion of the levee removal in 3 years. As the Yakima Nation requested, Forterra acquired the property in September 2023 under a waiver of retroactivity. We use debt financing and, if not acquired now, will be forced to sell the property to meet our debt obligations. Fundraising is helping to pay the interest, but it is limited. Should this occur, the property faces a threat of return to agricultural uses or residential development. No other conservation-minded groups are interested in or capable of owning the property. Next slide. Most of the property is zoned agriculture, except for 2 parcels for remote, extremely limited development. Both have minimum lot sizes of 40 acres and allow 1 house plus 1 accessory dwelling unit, for a total of 14 possible houses. Under current zoning, the property could host more intensive agricultural uses, including agricultural buildings, animal feeding operations, industrial packaging, processing or storage, or supply store. Next slide. In the past 20 years, agricultural land outside the urban growth area has been converted to either commercial or residential uses, shown here in pink and purple. A return to agriculture, even without development, would harm the property, river, and regional restoration. The previous owner's oversized herd destabilized the soil on-site stream banks, destabilized on-site stream banks and compacted the soil, leaving behind bald patches like this. Water rights would also be used for irrigation and groundwater recharge. Cottonwoods would not be able to grow. Next slide. Plus, if purchased for farming or development, the new owner may oppose natural flooding and channel migration, undermining gap-to-gap restoration has cost millions. Forterra has consulted with the Yakima County to coordinate Frog's Home with gap-to-gap levee project. As mentioned, adjacent lands are managed as protected floodplains. The Yakima Nation has already discussed management practices with the local Bureau of Reclamation. Yakima Nation Fisheries will manage the land. They have over 200 employees and completed 11 projects within the Yakima River Basin that have restored aquatic complexity, reintroduced fish, and restored floodlands. They developed a detailed conservation management plan with the Yakima Nation's Wildlife, Water Resources, and Cultural Resources Program and the Bureau of Reclamation. The plan aligns with ALEA's goals of improving ecological function of critical aquatic land and RCO's conservation principles. They use historical, hydrological, and morphological assessments of the site and accounted for floodplain changes from gap-to-gap restoration. Once acquired, they will remove and monitor for invasive weeds for 3 years, estimated at $91,000 total. Restoration funding will be sought from RCO, AmeriCorps the Beautiful Challenge Grant, and state appropriations. Next slide. The property is currently closed, but acquisition will open access for the public, not just tribal members. In the future, Yakima Nation plans to install an interpretive trail for cultural and environmental education. Wayanin, which means walk in rhythm, will be an interpretive loop trail traversing the property from lowland river to upland shrub steppe. Yakima Nation Fisheries will help site the trail so it serves restoration and monitoring access. Next slide. Yakima Nation also plans to build a small language and cultural center in the area excluded from the project shown on the right. This land has been previously built up, so preserves the property for restoration. The center will be a tool off the reservation to raise community awareness of habitat conservation and salmon recovery, to establish a greater understanding of the nation and their efforts to strengthen community. Nothing like this exists today. Next slide. 11, project engagement methods. Last month, Forterra and Yakima Nation hosted an engagement and fundraising event at Yakima Chief Hops. Noah Oliver from Yakima Nation presented the benefits of the Frog's Home project, and the Yakima Nation Wild Rose Youth Dance Group performed. 46 people, mostly local residents, attended. An event generated interest and enthusiasm for the project. Next slide. We have letters of support from the Roslyn Downtown Association, Yakima Valley Community Foundation, and the Yakima Basin Fish and Wildlife Recovery Board. Yakima Valley Community Foundation and Chief Ops have contributed to fundraising efforts and the community engagement events. Other stakeholders we have engaged are the Nature Conservancy and Bureau of Reclamation, which own lands adjacent to Frog's Home, the Sealand Moxie Irrigation District, which manages the runoff that transects Frog's Home. The Yakima Nation will coordinate restoration and hydrological activities, especially as flood flows increase. Next slide. Project engagement community, number 12. The Yakima Nation are most impacted by this project. It's theirs and they scoped and initiated it. In March 2022, their tribal council came together and sent Forterra a letter requesting that Forterra acquire Frog's Home to prevent its sale on the open market with the goal of transferring the tribal ownership. The Yakima Nation Fisheries is a primary collaborator, providing decades of restoration and management in the Yakima Basin. When we met with the Yakima County Commissioners, they noted the importance of the property in supporting gap-to-gap restoration and the property's unique hydrology. They stressed the need for aggressive noxious weed control early on. The Yakima Nation has taken this into account and already spot spraying for noxious weeds now. Bonneville Power Administration and BNSF has funded weed removal. Next slide. 13, project engagement partnerships. In August 2021, Yakima Nation and Forterra entered into a cooperative agreement to support common interests in land conservation, environmental restoration, community development, and traditional tribal access. Together, Yakima Nation and Forterra explore opportunities for conservation acquisitions throughout Yakima Nation's ceded lands. Frog's Home is a cornerstone of this partnership, demonstrating the collaborative spirit and ingenuity needed to expand conserved lands. Next slide. Frog's Home acquisition offers immediate public access and floodplain protection to aquatic habitats while laying the necessary groundwork for future restoration to restore the ecosystem function. Thank you for your time. Noah and I will be happy to answer questions.
Great, thank you very much. All right, questions from the committee on this acquisition. Heather, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks for that presentation. And thanks for adding in more information about the Gap to Gap project since technical review. That really helped a lot. One thing, can you, just thinking about water quality, you mentioned the Moxie drainage will be disconnected from the river. Can you explain a little bit more? Is that because the—
No, it won't be disconnected from the—
Oh.
It will be prevented from flowing into the river because it's affecting the water quality and quantity. So it will be diverted kind of, and Noah, you can explain this more, but into a wetland so it doesn't contaminate Blue Slough or the side channels.
Yeah, I can explain a little bit. So we've started to engage with the Bureau of Reclamation and some other folks on how to create a low CFS diversion that could enhance the Moxie bog and create larger interconnectivity to some silt loam soils that are on the I guess it would be the southeastern portion of the property up here where you see the wetland that's delineated. As you go to the north, there is soils that will accommodate more wetlands. So what we want to do is take this free-flowing section of the canal that bifurcates the Bureau of Reclamation's parcel from the parcel that Forterra and Yakima Nation are pursuing here, and being able to work some of that back towards that wetland so that we can create more of this sedge fen community and also create groundwater discharge. We have taken all of the groundwater that was previously used for irrigation and put it into a water trust. So the goal here is to take this vital environment where there's hyporheic flows, take this this silty water that has improved in recent years due to crop conversion into drip irrigation, but still is silty, and clean it up while also contributing to groundwater and addressing some of the climate impacts to the river. So that's a kind of a long-term goal that we have, to make that diversion on this free-flowing section in between reclamation and the Yakima Nation's future parcel.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thanks. Go ahead, Dave.
I missed, you talked about the levee that were going to be removed, and I there was on a slide and I couldn't see that. I was wondering if you could go over that. And the connection between the levee removal and the acquisition.
Keep going, Noah.
Oh, I've got it.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Yeah.
You're,
Is there a good slide I should get to?
yeah, keep going. Noah, you can start talking about what they're going to do while Carl goes through.
Yeah, it's not so much of a levee removal as it is installing engineered log jams along the Blue Slough to try to
No,
bring
he's talking about the gap to gap, the big one.
Yeah.
Okay, so there you go. So this has been kind of a long project, and this is a very detailed slide. So from Sela Gap down to Union Gap on the left, this shows kind of what the existing levees are. You can see in the kind of grayish black, those are the existing levees. And then they're going to remove the ones in pink, and they're going to construct the ones in purple to kind of expand the floodplain. And if you go on to, I think it's gap to gap, it's like Yakima Basin gap to gap reach. There's a fairly good website about it, a lot of technical material, but they're basically going to expand the levee. So they're going to, some of the restoration, there's pit mining and some dredging, and so they're going to kind of clean all that up so they're more free flowing throughout the reach. And then Frog's Home is kind of right at the bottom of all of that. So in the next 3 years, give or take, there's going to be a big opening of the river and a lot more water kind of flowing down through Frog's Home, and then it all kind of narrows again there at Union Gap. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. There's been a lot of degradation of the channel cobbles and all those things from the different mining, pit mining that happened along the floodplain and other things. So when we had floods like in 1999, it's basically stripped a lot of the adjacent material away to fill those in. We have some channelization and yeah, so this bigger levee removal project will expand a lot of this wetland corridor that's really vital and important to aquatic life in general, but also important ESA listed species and has been in the works for a very long time, your WEP and now the Yakima Basin Integrated Plans.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna I'll put the link in the chat if you want to look it up later. The Army Corps has a lot of very technical but interesting material. It's an exciting project.
Great, thanks. Other clarifications folks need or questions?
While we're waiting, I just want to thank everybody for their patience with our technology. You'd think me being here in Seattle, I would be properly, I would have enough bandwidth, but apparently not. So anyway, thanks for your patience.
Know.
Hey, it was a good team effort, and I have good bandwidth, and my computer was having a hard time. It's some kind of presentation glitch, so we made it work. Thank you.
Sure. Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, just maybe just more of a curiosity question, but thanks for your presentation. And the yellow lands there shown that are private, are there any plans for tribal acquisition or that you're aware of? That seems like some good habitat potential there.
I can speak to that from Yakima Nation's perspective. I think we're always open into creating greater connectivity for the work that we're doing. I know some of those private conservation entities are working with us and are doing good work. So, but yeah, we're always looking for partnerships and ways that we can expand the corridor and be able to deploy sort of our expertise in fisheries and habitat restoration that we're fortunate to have at Yakima Nation.
Sounds good. Thanks.
All right, anything else that folks need?
Great.
Okay, I think we're good.
Great.
Paul, Noah, thank you so much. Appreciate
Thanks,
it.
everybody. Have a good day.
All right. Yep,
Thank you.
bye.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, I think we got a break. What is it? It's almost 2:20, just about on track. So see you back here just a little bit before 2:40, and we'll continue on with PenMet.
Good, good. Yeah, I was up visiting with Rich Fredrickson. He came over from Montana to visit. He's doing okay. He's not doing great. He has something that is maybe Alzheimer's, early Alzheimer's. They're not sure what he has. It's got a really good doctor. Not sure. It depends on what it is. And if there's some research on reversing that. So yeah, I mean, it's his problem. I don't know if they really doesn't know what his problem is right now. So. Yeah. Exactly. I mean, one guy's getting prostate cancer and kinds of shit. That's a given. Good. She might come out on the boat with me Friday. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I'm at doing the ALEA grants right now with RCO today, and tomorrow's a half
Hey, Sue.
Hey, sorry, here I am.
Welcome. No worries. How are you?
Good, how are you?
Just fine. Okay. Welcome back, everybody, from break. Moving right along. Sue from PedMet is here. Start with the Fox Island. You see that okay, Sue?
Yes.
All right. I'll pass you control so you can advance your slides. Go ahead and click on the screen. Make sure that works for you.
Yeah, I think so.
Excellent. Well, go ahead and whenever you're ready.
All right. Hello, I'm Sue O'Neill with PenMet Parks. Fox Island Fishing Pier is currently a PenMet waterfront park that sits on a 9-acre site with 635 lineal feet of shoreline and a 1,200 square foot pier. There's also an existing gravel path to the beach. We are applying for grant funding to improve the ADA path to the fishing pier, install park upgrades and amenities, add a second ADA compliant restroom, and improve public access to the saltwater beach. We are committed to providing accessible parks and facilities within our district. We're currently very focused on improvements to 3 waterfront parks, including Fox Island Fishing Pier, Narrows Park, and Demole Sandspit, and have submitted RCO grant applications for accessibility and park improvements at all 3 of these waterfront parks. The property is located in Pierce County near Gig Harbor, south of Seattle and west of Tacoma. Our district is shown in the darker green on the map to the right and encompasses over 54 square miles of the Gig Harbor Peninsula. Fox Island Fishing Pier Park, shown on the aerial view, is located on the eastern tip of Fox Island within our district. This project will renovate Fox Island Fishing Pier Park and improve existing public access to aquatic lands for recreational and educational use. The park site was developed by Washington Department of Fish and Wildlife prior to PenMet's ownership, and then turned over to Pierce County, who later transferred the site to PenMet Parks. The pier is a very popular fishing spot, and the beach is a wonderful place to explore Puget Sound marine life. The project is focused on ADA improvements for better access to the fishing pier and park areas and upgrades to the existing shoreline access. Opportunities for park users with mobility issues to enjoy saltwater access is very limited, and this project will help meet that need. The project will renovate and improve Fox Island Fishing Pier Park and fill a gap in our services by constructing new and improved ADA compliant facilities for underserved people with mobility challenges, including improved ADA compliant access to the pier, an accessible picnic shelter, and an additional ADA compliant restroom facility near the pier. Project improvements will include replacing the current pathway to the fishing pier with an ADA compliant path, installing a concrete path from the restroom to the pathway to the pier, installing a new accessible picnic shelter, and adding another ADA compliant restroom facility near the pier. PenMet Park staff has been coordinating with park patrons with disabilities and has learned the importance of locating accessible restrooms as close to activity areas as possible. Landscaping improvements and site amenities, including picnic tables, benches, and educational signage, will also be included. This project will allow people of all abilities to access the park and fishing pier and enjoy fishing and viewing the waters and sea life of Puget Sound. The pier provides public access for fishing for salmon, bottomfish, and crabs. The project is also focused on improving the steep gravel beach access trail for hand-launched watercraft. The steepness of the path and site constraints make it unfeasible to construct this direct beach path to meet ADA standards. However, it can be significantly improved for other users. Fox Island Fishing Pier is part of the Cascadia Marine Trail System. This park is one of 3 PenMet waterfront sites for use with non-motorized watercraft by the Washington Water Trails Association. WWTA volunteers also constructed the kayak rack for storage near the beach while kayakers use the park. This project will maintain the use of the site for non-motorized boating and pedestrian-oriented access and will be designed to protect the integrity of the environment. Project improvements will be designed to be compatible with the physical features of the park site and will not adversely impact the beach and aquatic areas of the park. Interpretive and educational signage will be included in the project to increase park users' awareness of aquatic lands and measures to protect it. Environmental environmental benefits of the project include continued protection of this natural area for public use and continued maintenance by PennMet Parks, Harbor Wild Watch, and others who monitor the health of sea life at our waterfront parks. This slide shows the 15-mile radius of water access facilities. Locations within our district are shown in blue. Many of these facilities have a realistic travel distance of much greater than 15 miles due to their relationship to waterways that must be crossed or circumnavigated. Most of these sites are strictly launching or moorage facilities, and many are private facilities. This map shows the location of outdoor recreation opportunities within PennMet's service area. PennMet waterfront sites vary in condition and development. 2 are not developed, 1 is minimally developed, and 3 of our waterfront parks are developed but in need of renovation and accessibility improvements. Fox Island Fishing Pier, Narrows Park, and Demolay Sandspit Park. Accessible waterfront parks are limited, and the expansive Fox Island Fishing Pier provides excellent fishing opportunities, wildlife viewing, and whale watching. The natural beach provides an opportunity for exploring, hand launching small watercraft, and providing educational opportunities. And then this map shows waterfront sites within the district and identifies the type of facility. Fox Island Fishing Pier is shown by a red star with a pink dot, identifying it as a fishing pier and a hand launch site. Our district serves over 40,000 people within district, and our parks are often visited by those outside the district, including Gig Harbor with a population over 12,000 and the city of Tacoma with a population over 200,000, based on the 2020 census. Saltwater access was the #2 community priority identified in our PROS plan. This project meets PROS plan goals to deliver high-quality parks and recreation facilities and provide equitable access to recreation facilities. Our 23 strategic plan included a demographics report with information about health, wellness, and disability status, which found 6.6% of people living in Pierce County have ambulatory difficulty. This affirmed the importance of inclusive programming and ADA transition plans for parks and facilities. Another goal of the PROS plan is to cultivate exceptional programs for all residents. PennMet Parks continues to develop a diverse program portfolio, including a variety of outdoor programs for all ages and needs. Improvements at Fox Island Fishing Pier Park will help fulfill the need for making outdoor environmental education available to users of all ages and abilities. Our programs include the Harbor Wild Watch Salish Sea Scientist Camp, where campers visit different PennMet waterfront parks each day while learning to care for these unique habitats. We also offer Junior Explorers and Eco Explorers camps and programs for adults and active seniors, including summer beach walks. Happy Feet and Traveling Trails is a specialized recreation inclusive program for eager walkers of all abilities. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, Fox Island Fishing Pier is currently a PennMet park on a 9-acre site with 635 lineal feet of shoreline and a 1,200 square foot pier, paved pathways, a parking lot, and an ADA compliant restroom facility. There is also an existing steep gravel path to the beach. This project will construct ADA and other improvements to the park and improvements to the shoreline access path. The site pathway to the fishing pier is outdated with failing asphalt in some areas. The change in elevation from the parking lot to the fishing pier is 50 feet. The project will replace the existing asphalt pathway to the fishing pier with a concrete ADA compliant path and install a concrete path from the restroom connecting to the pathway to the pier. The new ADA compliant path will also eliminate the need for long expanses of handrail. A prefabricated accessible picnic shelter will be installed near the parking lot with great views and located within easy access of the existing ADA compliant restrooms. An additional ADA compliant restroom will be installed near the pier. A restroom facility close to the pier is a strong desire for people with mobility challenges as well as families with small children. Landscaping improvements and site amenities, including picnic tables, benches, and interpretive and educational signage will also be incorporated. The project will also improve the existing steep gravel beach access trail for beach visitors and hand-launched watercraft. Repairs will be completed to the fence that is adjacent to the gravel path, delineating the border between the park and the neighboring property. Fox Island Fishing Pier provides recreational fishing, wildlife viewing, shoreline access, beach exploring, picnicking, walking and hiking, non-motorized watercraft launching, and educational opportunities. With the proposed improvements, the Upland Park will be accessible to those with mobility issues too. This park aerial shows how well Fox Island Fishing Pier Park fits into the landscape and topography of the site. The Fox Island Fishing Pier was built in 1995 by the Washington State Department of Fish and Wildlife and replaced an older dock that was closed to the public for safety reasons. The WDFW also built a restroom, pathways, and parking lot and then transferred the site to Pierce County for management. Pierce County transferred its interest in Fox Island Fishing Pier to Penn Met Parks in January of 2011. The current park is very well suited for the intended use as a water access park facility and is one of Penn Met's most popular parks for fishing, picnicking, beach walking, and nature enjoyment. The proposed park improvements fit within the existing park footprint and are planned and intended to provide for and allow increasing public use of the park, providing more opportunities for water access in our district. Project work will occur in the same area as the previous construction and is not expected to disturb any new ground. The work site is a fairly steep hillside on the east side of Fox Island. The area was cleared as part of the original development in 1995, with many existing trees and shrubs remaining. Of this 9-acre park, approximately 2.5 acres are developed. There are no accessible picnic areas or shelters available at the site. A new prefabricated picnic shelter will fit easily within the site near the parking lot and close to the existing ADA compliant restrooms. The steep existing path to the beach will remain in the current location and will be improved with terracing and a new gravel base. The gravel path will be extended at the top where it currently ends to tie to the parking lot, providing easier access for those wanting to access the beach and or to launch non-motorized watercraft. The construction entrance and staging area will be established at the existing parking lot and will not impact the shoreline. The site is very well sized and suited for the intended and current use as a water access park facility and provides Penn Met Park users with many water access opportunities. The topography at the upland portion of the park, although somewhat challenging, allows for construction of an ADA compliant path to picnic areas and the fishing pier with level areas for picnicking. The beach provides ample opportunity for walking, exploring, and enjoying the natural habitat and sea life. No adverse impacts will occur as a result of the planned improvements. To maintain the high-quality habitat, Penn Met Parks will continue to control invasive and noxious weeds and monitor beach use. Parks are monitored by staff for any adverse activities and park regulation signage is posted. Penn Met also partners with Harbor Wild Watch and others who provide monitoring at our waterfront parks. The total estimated cost of the project, including a cultural resource survey, permitting, and design, is $1,146,304. The cost estimate was prepared by a certified cost engineer and based on recent bids from Penn Met Parks and other agencies and available construction cost data. Design is beginning this fall and final construction documents and permitting is expected to be complete by late 25. The project will be bid in late 25, early 26, and project construction is expected to be completed in 26. Park final completion and opening is expected by year-end 26. We conducted extensive outreach to listen and learn about our community's priorities for parks and recreation services. Feedback is reflected in the district's strategic plan and pros plan. Both plans were finalized in 2023. Multiple outreach methods included presentations to the board, user focus group sessions, stakeholder interviews, a public open house, and a community-wide statistically valid survey. Ongoing engagement throughout the planning process was also available through a customized ADA accessible and multilingual website. As part of the pros plan outreach, a survey was used to get feedback from users and non-users of our parks. The survey consisted of a statistically valid invite survey based on a random sampling of 4,000 residents of Penn Met Parks, together with an open link survey for all other residents who were not included in the invitation sample. Survey data was weighted by age and ethnicity within the district to help ensure appropriate representation of residents across different demographics in the sample. Water access was ranked as the second most important amenity for our park users. We've received many letters of support for this project. It's been vetted with community members and groups, local government, state legislature, accessibility advocacy organizations, and others. There's strong support, including the Kitsap County Parent Coalition, Peninsula School District, Washington Water Trails, the City of Gig Harbor, Pierce County Representative Michelle Caldeer, and the Group Action for Peninsula People. Our new partnership agreement with the Peninsula School District also provides for future expanded educational partnership opportunities at our parks, including Fox Island Fishing Pier. We are also working closely with an individual who uses a wheelchair and is a strong advocate for waterfront park improvements to provide water access to those individuals with disabilities and/or mobility challenges. She will be consulting with us on accessibility improvements at our waterfront parks, Fox Island Fishing Pier, Narrows Park, and Demolay Sands Bit. PennMet partners informally with Washington Water Trails Association and Harbor Wild Watch to inspire stewardship through education and environmental monitoring at our beaches. Thank you. We appreciate your time and review of our grant application. We're excited about this project and providing access for people of all abilities to enjoy stunning views of the sound, fishing from the large pier and the beach and its abundant sea life.
All right, thank you, Sue. Appreciate that. Questions or clarifications needed on this project? Brittany, go ahead.
Hi, thanks for the presentation. I just have a quick question. Maybe I missed it. Can you show me on the mock-up where the hand launch access would be?
Oh, it's down
bottom, right?
Do I have control? Oh, thank you, Carl. Yeah.
Oh, got it. Okay. And then is that ADA accessible?
No, and it won't be. It's too constricted. There's really no way to make that ADA accessible. Unfortunately, I'd love to if we could.
Thank you.
Other questions or clarifications? Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, let's see, I was just wondering, I guess kind of wondering which, like what the guidelines were that you were using as far as the accessibility criteria. Do you happen to know? If it was like the outdoor guidelines, for example?
For trails. Yes. Okay. I'm adjusting to ADA standards for trails. I come from the city of Tacoma, where we had a lot of sidewalks and curb ramps, and I would imagine you have the same at Tukwila. So this is, to me, this is really a concrete sidewalk that goes to the pier and provides accessibility and will meet minimum cross slopes and things that traditionally sidewalks do in a city.
I see, yeah. And I only bring it up because there are the outdoor guidelines that have some leeway, and I'm not 100% sure this is the appropriate use of it. I would think it would be, but I wouldn't be the one to you know, make advise that. But you know, that enables access at higher gradients at certain given certain criteria, which would then potentially take up less space on the site.
That's
and
true.
So that's all I was getting at, if that was considered. And as far as, you know, the development design criteria.
It's certainly something we can look at more during design. We are certainly looking at that for other parks that are not concrete trails. So.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Thanks, Mike. Good question. I was just trying to look that up real quick. The name of those like it's a standards for outdoor recreation sites or something. But yeah, but it is a basic requirement that projects meet, you know, at least minimum letter of the law. Other questions or thoughts? Or clarifications needed? No, pretty clear. All right. Great. Well, thanks, Sue. You're doing the next?
We have two more. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, you're going to be tired of hearing from me.
No worries. Well, let's do your next one. And pull that up. Moving to the other end of Fox Island, I believe. My property.
Yeah.
And I'll give control back to you.
Okay.
All right, go ahead and try that.
Whoops, I'm a little too far.
Yeah. Looks like it's working. All right, go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right, hello again. This presentation is for our Demole Sandspit Park property. The project will renovate this well-loved 5-acre waterfront park to provide accessibility and park improvements, including ADA compliant access to beach and accessible picnic areas, along with providing ADA compliant restroom facilities. PennMed acquired the property with RCO funding in 2010 and actively manages the park to preserve natural features and allow low-impact public access. As I noted in the Fox Island Fishing Pier presentation, PennMed Parks is committed to providing accessible parks and facilities within our district and is currently focusing on improvements to 3 of our waterfront parks. The property is located in Pierce County, Washington State, near Gig Harbor, south of Seattle and west of Tacoma. Our district is shown in the darker green on the map to the right and encompasses 54.3 square miles of the Gig Harbor Peninsula. Demole Sandspit Park, shaded in the aerial photo on the left, is located on the northeast tip of Fox Island. This project will renovate and improve public access to aquatic lands for recreation and educational use at Demole Sandspit Park. The Demole Sandspit was acquired in 2010 by PennMed Parks from the Tacoma Demole chapter with a grant from RCO. This property has been used as a park for many years. Demole Sandspit is a highly used waterfront park with an expansive beach and sandspit to explore. It has one of the most unique shorelines in all of Puget Sound, long treasured by locals. Access to the spit has been difficult at best for those with mobility issues. Deficiencies in current public access opportunities and accessibility at the park will be addressed by improving the existing facilities and adding new amenities. The project will include, The project will include ADA parking stalls and a drop-off area, an ADA compliant accessible pathway to the beach, 2 ADA compliant restroom facilities, an ADA accessible picnic shelter, interpretive signage, revegetation of the disturbed areas with trees and landscaping, and other site amenities. Access from the parking lot shown on the left will be improved. Oh dear. So sorry. I do need to go to the next slide. I apologize. Access from the parking lot shown on the left will be improved, and accessible pathway to the beach will replace the current steep asphalt roadway shown on the right. Cars often park, I'm not sure I have the right slides there, but cars often park in the roadway as shown on the right. A mid-site entrance at this location will include a drop-off area and ADA parking stalls. Improvements to the parking lot on the left will provide additional room for site visitors. The mid-lawn area on the left will include an accessible picnic shelter and ADA compliant restrooms. The blockhouse shown in the picture has been demolished. Another ADA compliant restroom will be located close to the beach for easy access, along with an additional picnic viewing area. We've learned from our community with disabilities, accessible restrooms located close to activities is very important. Primitive trails shown on the right will be improved for easier walking and hiking. PennMed offers many programs and opportunities at our parks. These will be discussed in further detail under criteria 3. We also partner with Harbor Wild Watch, who provides beach walks and learning opportunities at our waterfront properties. PennMed recently entered into a formal partnership agreement with the Peninsula School District and will be working with the school district on shared spaces, increased programming, and planning for renovations or new facilities to be used for education. PennMed is evaluating properties for programming and educational use, and Demole Sandspit offers an exceptional opportunity for children to learn about biodiversity and protecting our natural beaches and sea life. This project will maintain the use of the site for non-motorized boating and pedestrian-oriented access and will be designed to protect the integrity of the environment. Demole Sandspit is part of the Cascadia Marine Trail System, one of 3 PennMed Parks waterfront sites for use with non-motorized watercraft by Washington Water Trails Association. A designated area for the Cascadia Water Trails campsite will continue to be available at the park. Project improvements will be designed to provide expanded water access and improved amenities while being compatible with the physical features of the site and not adversely impacting the beach and aquatic areas of the park. The accessible pathway and stairs are designed to work within the existing topography and are largely located in previously disturbed areas. Restrooms and a picnic shelter will be located in a previously disturbed area of the site also. The project design includes very minor development within 200 feet of the shoreline and ties directly to the Pierce Conservation District Shoreline Restoration Project, which removes failing bulkhead on the beach using methods that will benefit public shoreline access as well as the health of Puget Sound. Interpretive and educational signage will be installed to increase park users' awareness of aquatic lands, natural resources, site history, and measures to protect them, including the clay babies found at Demole Beach. Although some trees will need to be removed, the project will result in an overall increase in the number of trees, increasing the tree canopy. The new stormwater management system will include the runoff that will reduce the runoff that currently enters Puget Sound. A buffer zone will be created around site wetlands to protect this critical resource. The project will include the removal of asphalt and revegetation with native species. We will continue to monitor the park and beach access areas, control invasive and noxious weeds, and work with Harbor Wild Watch and others who monitor the health of sea life at our waterfront parks. This slide shows a 15-mile water access area. Actual travel distances to many of these sites are significantly greater due to the need to cross bridges, take a ferry, or navigate around waterways. Additionally, most of these locations are primarily launching or moorage facilities, with many being privately owned. Public waterfront sites within the PennMet Park District are owned by PennMet and other agencies. They include water access sites without launches, launch-only sites, and piers. Our Demole Sandpit Park is a popular site that attracts significant community use, even drawing visitors from beyond our local area. Outdoor recreation sites within our service area include PennMet, City of Gig Harbor, and state parks. PennMet waterfront sites vary in condition and development. 2 aren't developed, 1 is minimally developed, and 3 of our waterfront parks are developed but in need of renovation and accessibility improvements, including Demole Sandspit. Water access is the #2 community priority in our PROS plan based on a statistically valid survey. Project meets PROS plan goals to deliver high-quality parks and recreation facilities and provide equitable access to recreation facilities. It fills a service gap by improving ADA accessibility. Our 23 strategic plan included a demographics report with information about health, wellness, and disability status, which found 6.6% of people living in Pierce County have ambulatory difficulty. Opportunities for park users with mobility challenges to enjoy saltwater access is limited, and this project will help meet that need. Improvements at Demole will help fulfill the need for making outdoor environmental education available to users of all ages and abilities too. Our programs include the Harbor Wild Watch Salish Sea Scientist Camp, where campers visit different PennMet waterfront parks each day, learning to care for these unique habitats. We also offer Junior Explorers and Eco Explorers camps and programs for adults and active seniors, including summer beach walks. Happy Feet and Traveling Trails is a specialized recreation inclusive program for eager walkers of all abilities and guides participants through local accessible trails and other locations like our waterfront parks. Since the 1930s, the Tacoma Chapter Order of Demole used the Demole site for outings, camping, work parties, and picnicking. The property was conveyed in 1948 to the Tacoma Demole Boys Camp, a nonprofit corporation. The property was acquired in 2010 by PennMet Parks with RCO funding and includes viewpoints, wooded trails, picnicking, parking, portable restrooms, and 1,500 feet of shoreline water access. The project will address deficiencies in current public access opportunities and accessibility at the park by improving the existing facilities and adding new amenities. There is a 63-foot change in elevation from the parking lot to the water's edge. Parking is currently limited, ADA-compliant restrooms aren't available, and the park is not accessible. The project will construct an accessible pathway to the beach, shown in red, ADA-compliant restroom facilities, an accessible picnic shelter, improvements to parking, a mid-site drop-off with ADA parking located at the orange circle, interpretive signage, revegetation of the disturbed areas with trees and landscaping, and other site amenities. Utility work, including septic and stormwater improvements, will also be completed. The site is very well suited for the intended recreational uses with excellent water access. The park provides recreational fishing, scenic views, wildlife views, shoreline access, beach exploring, wading and swimming, picnicking, small non-motorized watercraft launching, walking, hiking, and educational opportunities. With the proposed improvements, the park will be greatly improved and more accessible to everyone, especially those with mobility challenges. Improvements to this existing park are designed to be compatible with the physical features of the site, taking advantage of the elevation difference from the parking lot to the beach, and will not impact the beach and aquatic areas of the park. The design fits well within the site, minimizes spill material, and focuses improvements on previously disturbed areas. The total estimated cost of the project, including a cultural resource survey, permitting and design, is $3,550,480. The cost estimate was developed by our A&E firm with oversight by a certified cost engineer and based on recent bids from Penn Met Parks and other agencies and available construction cost data. The master plan for the park was approved by the park board last March, and the project design is well underway. Final construction documents and permitting is expected to be complete by late 25. The project will be bid in late 25, early 26, and project construction is expected to be completed by March of 27. Park final completion and opening is expected in the spring of 27. PennMet is requesting funding from RCO through the Aquatic Lands Enhancement Account and the WWRP Water Access Program for this project. If funding isn't secured, PennMet will complete design and plan for project construction in phases. We conducted extensive outreach to listen and learn about our community's strategic plan and to learn about our community's priorities for parks and recreation services. Feedback is reflected in the district's strategic plan and pros plan. Both plans were finalized in 23. Multiple outreach methods included presentations to the board, user focus group sessions, stakeholder interviews, a public open house, and a community-wide statistically valid survey. Ongoing engagement throughout the planning process was also available through a customized ADA accessible and multilingual website. Survey data was weighted by age and ethnicity within the district to help ensure appropriate representation of residents across different demographics in the sample. Among invite respondents, water access was ranked as the second most important amenity for our park users. We used feedback from the 23 strategic plan and pros plan in developing the master plan and also formed a DMLA stakeholder group. 2 public meetings and 4 stakeholder group meetings were held to solicit input for the master plan. Meetings were very well attended. The DMLA master plan was completed in early 24. Stakeholder group members are shown on the slide and consisted of several groups that actively utilize the park as well as adjacent landowners, past owners, and recreation user groups. Input from the stakeholder group and public meetings developed the programming needs for the park and ultimately the master plan. The project has been vetted and received support from community members and groups, local government, state legislature, accessibility advocacy organizations, and others. There is strong support including the Kitsap County Parent Coalition, Peninsula School District, Washington Water Trails, the City of Gig Harbor, Pierce County, Pierce Conservation District, Representative Michelle Caldeer, and the Group Action for Peninsula People. As I mentioned earlier, PennMet Parks recently entered into a formal partnership agreement with the Peninsula School District and will be working with the school district on shared educational opportunities at our parks. We are also working closely with an individual who uses a wheelchair and is a strong advocate for waterfront park improvements to provide water access to those individuals with disabilities or mobility challenges, and will be consulting with her on accessibility improvements at our parks. PennMet partners informally with Washington Water Trails Association and Harbor Wild Watch to inspire stewardship through education and environmental monitoring at our beaches. Beach walks at DMLA Sandspit were held in July and August this year. PennMet Parks and Pierce Conservation District are formally partnering through an MOU to complete a separate shoreline restoration project at DMLA. PCD is the lead entity for managing and delivering the shoreline restoration project completed on PennMet-owned property. Our project ties directly to the Pierce Conservation District shoreline restoration project, and construction sequencing will be coordinated. We are also reviewing their plans, and they will seek approval from our board prior to construction. Together, these projects will improve public access and protect and restore the shoreline and aquatic habitat. Thank you. We appreciate your time and review of our grant application. We're excited again about this project and all 3 of our projects that will provide access for people of all abilities at our parks.
Awesome. Thanks, Sue. Appreciate that. All right. Questions or clarifications needed on this one? Carrie, go ahead.
Thanks a lot. Nice job, Sue. That was a great presentation. I have a question about your budget, and I'm wondering if the appropriation and also the RCO that you have in there is all pending. Is it just the ALEA, or are you going for different grants too?
So ALEA, WWRP water access, and then we also have PennMet funding.
Okay, and it looks like it says local appropriation. That just says PennMet funding.
I'm sorry, what?
It says local appropriation, so that is just PennMet funding.
Oh, that's just us. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
A little over $1 million. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions? Back to a site plan in case anybody wants to see that.
I had a quick one.
Sure, go ahead.
Thanks, Chris. I finally got a chance to visit the site. I've got to see it, in different grant rounds between habitat improvements and now the acquisition and development. So that was kind of fun.
Oh, good.
Very busy. It was, I'm sure it was a warm afternoon. Very busy. I'm curious, and maybe you mentioned it. Is there like a stewardship plan that is already developed for these parks as far as I could just see this being, it was a very nice site, but I could definitely see it being loved to death. I'm curious what that, how does, and maybe this is a bigger question we don't have time for, but how do parks deal with that?
So, are you interested in our operations and maintenance plan, Chris, or more like park attendance?
I guess I was more curious along the lines of, like how do parks go about, we have these neat locations that have special features, and how do we protect those when we continue to make them more accessible?
Sure. So this is probably one of our busiest parks. But it's only when it's sunny, right? Only when it's nice out and really sunny. So during the summer, what we have been doing is having additional, basically you could think of them like a park ranger. So they're available at the park to answer questions, make sure people aren't doing things they shouldn't be doing, and just kind of really watching out for our parks and watching out for our park visitors. And so that's kind of how we approach it. So it's not a year-round position. It's just a temporary summertime position. And we typically have it over weekends and holidays when the park is really busy. I could see us expanding that program, and we've talked about it. So.
Okay, thanks. That helps. That's good to know.
Yeah.
All right. Anything else on this project? All right. I don't see anything. So I think we're good. Thank you, Sue. I know you got the next one, but let's go ahead and just how about, does 10 minutes work for folks? All right, cool. All right, Sue, we'll give you a little breather, and we're ahead of schedule. So we're going to reach out to the last presentation and make sure those folks can hopefully jump on a little early. So let's take 12. Come on back at 3:30.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, everybody. Let's go this way. Hello again, Sue. All right, headed to Narrows Park. Let's get that one going. And we reached out to our last presenter. Hopefully they'll be able to pop on a little early and we can get out of here early today. All right. Well, same routine. There you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to take that now.
Oops, there we go.
There it goes. Cool. Go ahead whenever you'd like.
Okay, thank you. This is our final presentation today. So thank you very much for being here and being part of the evaluation team. We do appreciate that very much. Narrows Park is currently a PennMet park with 36 acres of mature forest, a waterfront park area, and 1,315 feet of saltwater beach. The road, park, and viewing areas were developed in 2005 by WashDOT as part of mitigation for the second Narrows Bridge. It's been some time since that work was completed and additional improvements are needed. This project will renovate and improve Narrows Park and fill a gap in our services by constructing new and improved ADA compliant facilities for underserved people with mobility challenges, including improved ADA compliant access to the beach and accessible picnic areas, along with providing ADA compliant restroom facilities. The property is located in Pierce County near Gig Harbor, south of Seattle and west of Tacoma. The property also has an unrestricted view of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge from the beach and is used by residents on both sides of the bridge, on the Gig Harbor Peninsula side and on the Tacoma side. Narrows Park is located on Puget Sound at the end of a scenic drive down a wooded ravine in unincorporated Pierce County near Gig Harbor, just south of the Tacoma Narrows Bridge. Gig Harbor is shown in light green in the middle of the map on the right, and the PennMet Park District service area is shown in the darker green. This project will renovate Narrows Park and improve existing public access to aquatic lands for recreational and educational use. The Public Trust for Land acquired the property and sold it to Pierce County in 1996. The property was purchased by Pierce County using conservation futures funding and a Washington State IAC, which was later RCO, Federal Land and Water Conservation Fund grant. The park was developed by WashDOT and PennMet acquired the property in 2011. It's been used as a water access park since that time. Narrows Park is a highly used waterfront park with beautiful views of the Narrows Bridge and an expansive beach to explore. PennMet's overarching goal with this project is to allow people of all abilities to reach the waters of Puget Sound. Deficiencies in current public access opportunities and accessibility at the park will be addressed by improving the existing facilities and adding new amenities. 2 ADA compliant restroom facilities will be added to the park, replacing the current portable restrooms. ADA accessible pathways will be added, leading to picnic areas, and accessible picnic shelters and tables will be installed. PennMet staff has been coordinating with park patrons with disabilities and has learned the most important part of a facility or park is accessible restrooms located close to activities. The project will redesign and install a new ADA compliant pathway, eliminating the chute-like access currently at the park with narrow walkways, no landings, and railings on either side detracting from the beautiful views. The new pathway will lead from the parking lot to the gazebo viewpoint and the beach below. Existing telescopes originally installed by WashDOT for accessible viewing located in the parking lot and at the gazebo viewpoint, shown in the photo at the left. It's a little hard to see. It's tiny. I don't know if you can see it way over there, but are no longer functioning and will also be replaced as part of this project. And again, we recently entered into a formal partnership agreement with Peninsula School District and will be working with the school district on shared spaces, increased program, and planning for renovations or new facilities to be used for education. Narrows Park has a waterfront house as shown in the picture on the right, owned by PennMet and currently used as a rental. Although it's not included in the current park renovation plans, we are evaluating the property for future programming and educational use. And one possibility is a nature center for shared use with the school district. This project will maintain the use of the site for non-motorized boating and pedestrian-oriented access and will be designed to protect the integrity of the environment. Narrows Park is also part of the Cascadia Marine Trail System, one of Penmet Park's waterfront sites for use with non-motorized watercraft by Washington Water Trails. Project improvements will be designed to be compatible with the physical features of the park site and will not adversely impact the beach or aquatic areas of the park. Interpretive and educational signage will be included in the project to increase park users' awareness of aquatic lands and measures to protect it. Environmental benefits of the project include continued protection of this natural area for public use and continued maintenance by Penmet Parks. The project will include the removal of invasive species in the project area and reestablishment with native plants. Existing shoreline trees will remain. Penmet will continue to monitor the park and beach areas, control invasive and noxious weeds, and work with Harbor Wild Watch and others who monitor the health of sea life at our waterfront parks. And again, this slide shows a 15-mile radius of water access facilities with locations within our district shown in blue. And as discussed in our earlier presentations, many of these facilities have realistic travel distance of much greater than 15 miles due to their relationships with waterways that must be crossed or circumnavigated. And most are strictly launching or moorage facilities, with many being private facilities. And again, this map shows the location of outdoor recreation opportunities within our service area. And as noted in our previous presentations, our waterway sites vary in condition and development. 2 are not developed, 1 is minimally developed, and 3 of our waterfront parks are developed but in need of renovation and accessibility improvements, including Narrows Park. Narrows Park provides easy access to an expansive natural beach with an unobstructed view of the Narrows Bridge. It's truly a unique and one-of-a-kind public access site. This park is also a popular site for wildlife viewing and whale watching. Water access is the #2 community priority in our PROS plan based on a statistically valid survey. This project meets PROS plan goals to deliver high-quality parks and recreation facilities and provide equitable access to recreation facilities. It fills a service gap by improving ADA accessibility. Our 23 strategic plan included a demographics report with information about health, wellness, and disability status, which found 6.6% of people living in Pierce County have ambulatory difficulty. Opportunities for park users with mobility challenges to enjoy saltwater access is very limited, and this project will help meet that need. Penmet Parks continues to develop a diverse program portfolio, including a variety of outdoor programs for all ages and needs. Improvements at DMLA will help fulfill the need for making outdoor environmental education available to users of all ages and abilities. Our current programs include the Harbor Wild Watch Salish Sea Scientist Camp, where campers visit different Penmet waterfront parks each day, learning to care for these unique habitats. We also offer Junior Explorers and Eco Explorers camps and programs for adults and active seniors, including our summer beach walks. Happy Feet and Traveling Trails is a specialized recreation inclusive program for eager walkers of all abilities and guides participants through local accessible trails and locations. As mentioned earlier in the presentation, Narrows Park is currently a Penmet park with 36 acres of mature forest, a waterfront park area, and 1,315 feet of saltwater beach. The road, park, and viewing areas were developed by WashDOT as part of mitigation for the second Narrows Bridge. This project is focused on ADA improvements and upgrades to shoreline access. The project will redesign and install a new ADA compliant pathway to the gazebo viewpoint and to the beach below. The project will also construct ADA access to picnic areas and install ADA compliant picnic shelter and picnic tables. Concrete pads will be located under all picnic tables. The design will include 2 ADA compliant restroom facilities to replace the portable restroom that's currently on site. One restroom will be located near the parking area and the other will be located closer to the shoreline. And as I've mentioned previously, restroom facility close to the beach is a strong desire for people with mobility issues and families with small children. Telescopes for accessible viewing that are no longer functional will be replaced. Native shoreline plantings will be installed, trees currently along the shoreline will remain, and a biofiltration area installed to collect runoff from the parking lot will be restored and expanded as needed. Interpretive and educational signage will also be installed. Narrows Park provides recreational fishing, bridge viewing, wildlife viewing, shoreline access, beach exploring, picnicking, walking, hiking, and educational opportunities. With the proposed improvement, the park will be accessible to those with mobility issues too. This is a high priority project for PennMet Parks in our community as expressed in the pros plan survey responses. The project improvements will be designed to be compatible with the physical features of the park site and will not impact the beach and aquatic areas of the park. This is a little older park aerial, but I wanted to show it to you so you can see how well Narrows Park fits into the landscape and topography of the site. The project will comply with Pierce County Shoreline Master Program policies and regulation. And then, as mentioned earlier, the park was developed by WashDOT, and PennMet acquired it in 2011, and it has been used as a water access park since that time. The current park site is very well suited for the intended use as a water access park facility and is one of PennMet's most popular parks for beach walking and nature enjoyment. With its location near the Tacoma Narrows Bridge, access to the park is easy, and many visitors use this park, especially during summer when you can often find families enjoying the beach, as well as folks picnicking and fishing. The existing access ramp is narrow, outdated, and steep with handrails that restrict movement along the path. I'll just say it's awful. The improvements included in this project will fit well within the existing park and provide access for users of all abilities. The total estimated cost of the project, including a cultural resources survey, permitting, and design, is $1,146,304. The cost estimate was prepared by a certified cost engineer and based on recent bids from PennMet Parks and other agencies and available construction cost data. This project is a planned 2025 capital improvement project for PennMet Parks. Design will begin in early 25, following procurement of a design consultant. Permitting is expected to be complete in early 26, and the project will begin construction following permitting, with planned park opening in early 27. We conducted extensive outreach to listen and learn about our community's priorities for parks and recreation services. Feedback is reflected in the district's strategic plan and pros plan. Both were finalized in 23. Multiple outreach methods were used, including presentations to the board, user focus group sessions, stakeholder interviews, a public open house, and a community-wide statistically valid survey. Ongoing engagement throughout the planning process was also available through a customized ADA accessible and multilingual website. As part of the pros plan outreach, a survey was used to get feedback from users and non-users of parks, recreation, and trails in the district. The survey consisted of a statistically valid invite survey based on a random sampling of 4,000 residents of PennMet Parks, together with an open link survey for all other residents who were not included in the invitation sample. The underlying survey data was weighted by age and ethnicity within the district to help ensure appropriate representation of residents across different demographics in the sample. Using U.S. Census Bureau data, the population, age, and race distributions in the total sample were adjusted to match the actual population profile of the district more closely. A total of 942 responses were received. Among invite responses, water access was ranked as the second most important amenity for our park users. We've received many letters of support for this project too. The project has been vetted with community members and groups, local government, state legislature, accessibility advocacy organizations, and others. There's strong support, including the Kitsap Parent Coalition, Peninsula School District, Washington Water Trails, the City of Gig Harbor, Pierce County, Representative Michelle Caldeer, and the Group Action for Peninsula People. PennMet partners informally with Washington Water Trails Water Trails Association, and Harbor Wild Watch, who inspire stewardship through education and environmental monitoring at our beaches. Beach walks were held in July and August this year. As I mentioned earlier, Penn Met Parks recently entered into a formal partnership agreement with the Peninsula School District and will be working with the school district on shared educational opportunities at Narrows Park. We are also working closely with an individual who uses a wheelchair and is a strong advocate for waterfront park improvements to provide saltwater access to those individuals with disabilities and/or mobility challenges. She will be consulting with us on accessibility improvements at our waterfront parks, Narrows Park, Fox Island Fishing Pier, and Demolay Sandspit Park. Thank you. We appreciate your time and review of our grant applications. And I'm sorry they're a little repetitive as they're kind of focused on accessibility. So thank you.
Yeah, not a problem. Thanks again, Sue. Nice job. All right, questions. Carrie, why don't you start, and then Dave.
Yeah, this might be a hard question to answer, but I'm just wondering if there's an internal priority for Penn Met Parks.
Oh boy. That's a really good question. All three of the projects are in our capital facilities plan. It is a hard one. I don't know. Yeah. I will tell you that maybe Fox Island Fishing Pier is, I think the concrete path, or I mean the asphalt path there is better than, like, for instance, Narrows.
Yeah. Okay, thanks.
Really, I mean, we plan on doing all three projects, so.
Yeah. Thank you.
Go ahead, Dave.
So I was wanted to ask, I don't know, Carl, if you can allow my video. For some reason it's been.
Oh, I don't know. Maybe did I click something by mistake? I don't know. Let's go ask to start video.
Okay, there we go. There we go. Thank you.
Welcome back.
So we can look at the site plan right here. Oh, okay. Now I can see the parking. Is the parking lot going to stay in the same place? It's not going to. Okay. So all of the new pathway is going to be between them, lower than that parking lot. Okay. All right. That's it. I just wanted to figure out the relationship of the parking lot and the pathway.
Okay.
Yeah, so do you have a length of that pathway? Do you know, like, how long is this pathway going to be now that?
You know, I think we did have it in the grant application, and I cannot remember off the top of my head, David, how long it was. I'm sorry.
Okay. That's all right. It's probably there. It's probably in the
yeah, in the details.
I'll look it up in the details.
Okay.
And it's going to be the only path down, right?
Yep.
Okay.
It's kind of a smaller park, if that helps too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was just thinking about, the three projects, and then, these pathways, if you stretch them out, they can actually be quite long in places. So yeah. Okay.
This one says 400 feet of concrete.
Okay.
So there must be pretty short switchbacks if the total is 400 feet.
Yeah.
Which makes sense. Yeah, it is a smaller site.
Okay.
The current path is just a big arc, right? That comes around. So kind of steep, comes around.
Yeah, well, yes, it is. And it reminds me of like the parallel bars or something. I mean, the railing, yeah, you can see it. It just
parking's up on the left.
Parking's up on the left, exactly.
So what's on the right there? Is that current condition too, or is that the historic?
Yeah, no, that's current condition.
Okay.
Yeah.
So there's both the path and next to the path is like a.
No, it's not next to it. So it's at the At the end, yeah, it's down.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
and
you get down to the end of the concrete and then you
Yeah.
can walk out to the beach there.
Oh, I see.
Final
Okay.
little piece of getting to the beach. Yeah.
Okay. For some reason, I thought, well, that, maybe that's an old road that you could drive down to the beach. But no. Okay.
It's pretty narrow. It looks wider in this picture, but it's really quite narrow. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, there's another shot of it there from,
Yeah.
yeah, you get down near the end of the pathway and just cut down.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Carl. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Now I'm getting it. Okay. I just had lost perspective on the design. Thanks.
Other questions or clarifications folks need on this one? All right, I don't see anything, so I think we're good. Thanks, Sue. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much.
Okay, we'll see you later.
Okay, bye.
All right, folks, we have one more Lake Forest Park. They will be able to join early, but not quite yet because we're so far ahead. They said a little before 4. So probably in 7 or 8 minutes. So let's just take another very short break. Come on back in, 6, 7 minutes or so, and we'll finish up.
Okay.
Thank you.
Mhm. Hey there, thanks for joining a little early.
Not a
We
problem.
just took a very short break. Folks should be back on momentarily. Are you co-presenting or is someone?
Yeah, Amber's online here with me.
Corey is leading the presentation. I am here for questions. So she'll get the clicker.
Oh,
Sounds
yeah,
good.
correct.
All right, I can do that. There we go. Can you see that okay?
Yep.
Excellent. All right, well, we got Lake Forest Park is here. Last presentation of the day. Thank you, Corey. Thank you, Amber. Corey, there you are. Go ahead and click on the screen. You should be able to control that now. Perfect.
There we go.
Whenever you're ready, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, my name is Corey. Thank you for this opportunity to share the City of Lake Forest Park's lakefront project for ALEA. Joining me is Amber, our consultant's project manager with Facet. The goal of this lakefront project is to create a rare opportunity to expand water access while providing passive waterfront recreation to expand public access on Lake Washington. Lake Forest Park is roughly 3.7 square miles, with just over 13,500 residents. This is predominantly a bedroom community located in King County, perched on the north end of Lake Washington. Purchasing waterfront land on the lake is a rare opportunity for any public entity. Lake Forest Park worked in partnership with Forterra to purchase this property for public use. The property was originally acquired with the help of RCO funds in 2020, along with King County Conservation District funds, Department of Commerce, and King County Park levy funding with the help of Rod Domowski. The park is located on a multimodal corridor that includes the Burke-Gilman Trail, existing King County Metro services, and Sound Transit's planned bus rapid transit line. Bike and limited parking are proposed at the park. In addition to some on-site parking, off-site parking for the park will be located at City Hall. This approach is consistent with the existing condition for the Lion Creek Waterfront Preserve. This is a view of the approved concept design that will include waterfront access, community gathering spaces, low-impact recreation, and renovate the existing Lion Creek Waterfront Preserve. The two red boxes are not included in the RCO project scope, but the small cabin will provide the city with office space, and the large house will be renovated into community gathering space. This project will provide new opportunities by establishing new water access park on Lake Washington that is designed for a diverse array of water-related activities. The project will provide the first ever public water access point in Lake Forest Park. Fulfills the goals to bring swimming, paddling, gathering near the water, wildlife, play, education, picnicking, relaxing outdoors, stop over on a bike and or paddling trail, air and water stations, and public restrooms will all be amenities included into the park. This also improves public access at the existing preserve through numerous restoration activities benefiting the creek and wildlife, along with improved passive trail and overlook facilities. The project will create non-motorized small handboat access by creating a natural shoreline suitable for launching paddlecraft and by adding new dock design for community use by small watercraft, including an ADA accessible launch facility. This project will create pedestrian-oriented water access that is walkable and bikeable in a location that is located along the Burke-Gilman Trail and multiple transit routes, including the future bus rapid transit line. Pathways inside the park and dock are ADA accessible. The site is in a developed suburban urban residential area, and two major highways are located within 100 feet of the property boundary, and it is within a walk shed, bike shed of many neighborhoods and the town center. Parking at the park is proposed to be operational limited, such as time limit or restricted to load and unload, with parking for the park to be at City Hall. Controlled parking along with the park's location off the Burke-Gilman Trail and the future bus rapid transit line encourages local visitors to arrive by biking and transit and walking. The project integrates with an existing community reserve that will be restored and enhanced. The project is compatible with physical features because it is using the existing topography and natural beach. We are prioritizing tree preservation, and the site design considers an integrated features of both the existing preserve and former residential property. Design aims to improve ecological function of each property by reconfiguring recreational opportunities. The current dock is supported by concrete armoring and is located in the shoreline wetland that will be removed. The proposed design focuses new development over existing pavements and developed areas. The sketch shows a diagram of the new development program. Over the existing site development, you can see how development is consolidated, impacts our focus over existing development, and the overall site intrusion is reduced. Many areas of wetland, shoreline, and creek buffer are planned for restoration. Also, existing shrub and trees are being both preserved in place and relocated elsewhere on the project. The project proposes numerous environmental benefits, including invasive plant removal, installation of native plants and trees, structure and impervious surface reduction, hard armor removal, and dock consolidation of the 2-to-1 wetland and wetland buffer enhancement and stream buffer enhancements. Around 85% of residents of Lake Forest Park do not have legal access to the shoreline within city limits. The city also lacks park space that is walkable to residents and is lacking playgrounds, as there are only 2 parks that currently include playgrounds in Lake Forest Park. The survey results on this slide are from the 2017 Pros Plan engagement. The city has conducted more engagements since then, including through the first phase of this planning for this project. In that engagement, there has been consistent support for expanding water access in the city. In the phase 1 engagement, we heard from over 500 people, more in the second survey, supporting expansion of water access. And we consider that LFP has about 5,000 homes. That amount of community support is really significant. There's also a large gap of playgrounds, as only 2 parks in the city include playgrounds. On this slide, you can see 6 and 8 are the only 2 parks with playground, and in the northeast corner of the city and about a mile away from the new park. There's also only 1 other park with a picnic shelter on number 5. The site is in a developed suburban urban residential area this is located next door to the existing public park, Lion Creek Waterfront Preserve, that currently does not serve water access, but is open from dawn to dusk daily to enjoy lake views and the salmon-bearing stream. 1/3 of the site is gated public preserve that is, 2/3 of the site is former resident property with numerous outbuildings and a large lawn. The resident property is secured with a locking gate, and the lawn is being preserved from the existing conditions. Here are the images showing Lion Creek Waterfront Preserve. And this project aligns with water access, recreation, and community gathering space needs. This is designed to accommodate all ages and users of abilities. As we go through the design slides, the numbers will correlate on the site map. Number 1 is the current gated public preserve you'll walk up to. 2 shows a large lawn of the former residential property the city will preserve. 3 is the existing dock at Lion Creek Waterfront Preserve, and 4 is the residential property dock. Both docks will be removed to create one inclusive all-activity dock. Project scope proposed is to develop the new acquisition existing preserve to provide water access and increase park space with approximately 150 feet of sandy beach, an all-activity dock for swimming and kayak use, grassy parkland, parking, plaza, picnic shelter, bathhouse, playground, community gathering spaces throughout the park, all along Lake Washington. This provided pedestrian park access is located off near the Burke Gilman Trail. This project will also renovate Lion Creek Preserve to a more natural forested buffer and enhance salmon-bearing stream and shoreline buffer of this parcel. Additional viewing platforms, educational, interactive signage are all planned for this portion. As we go through design slides, the numbers will correlate to the site map. As you see here, 1 is the vehicle entrance view, 2 is the pedestrian view into the park, and 3 is the parking lot staging area where users will be able to load and unload, park up at City Hall and walk down. 4, you can start seeing the community center, office space, and bathhouse building. As you walk into the park, you'll see the bathhouse to the left and walking path into the renovated preserve with viewing platforms and entrance up to the grand gathering deck. Here's an example of what the viewing platforms throughout the preserve would look like. This is a view from up next to the community center, looking out onto the grand deck into the park, creating additional public gathering spaces where you'll be able to watch over the playground area that will be a natural play themed. The gathering deck is designed to host activities that are popular around the city already, like yoga, tai chi, or pop-up exhibits our community partners will be able to use and host community public events, all aligning with art or environmental education. A picnic shelter with tables and seating area will be included. An outdoor rinsing shower will be connected to the shelter just a short distance from the dock and beach. As I mentioned, currently there are only one other public picnic shelter in the city, so this will create additional outdoor gathering spaces for all seasons for people to enjoy. The proposed design includes aquatic and area enhancement for both Lake Washington and Lion Creek, the salmon-bearing stream in this project area. Lion Creek is a known mitigation route for salmon, so the mouth of Lion Creek, where it opens to Lake Washington, is a particularly sensitive area to the site. Some actions will include removing both of the existing dock structures. The existing preserve dock is for viewing only, which does not support the goal of water access. It is also constructed close to the mouth creek and has a solid, non-graded decking. The existing dock on the new property has solid decking and piling, and the structure is derelict and condemned. This is also hard armoring at the shoreline supporting the landward end of the dock. The design proposed to consolidate dock use into one multi-purpose dock built with graded decking and materials safe for aquatic environments. The new dock will be located farther away from the creek mouth and off the preserved property, but also outside of the wetland that occurs at the shoreline. Other improvements include removing paths and controlling access to the inner creek buffer and far bank of the creek. The proposed design will limit public access out to the outer creek buffer. The development design provides a full public access program in a way that minimizes new impacts and reduces impacts into the creek buffer and preserve. The design allows the city to better meet the hearing examiner conditions on the preserved property, including to better protect the shoreline and creek, which is achieved by controlling public access to those areas and providing opportunities for water access on the new property. Here are some images of the existing Lion Creek Waterfront Preserve. In image 1, you can see the fence between the existing preserve and the newly acquired property, seeing the chimney from the main house. And 2 shows the existing gravel trails in the preserve and the east approach to the creek viewing platform. The at-grade trail on the left side of the frame is the floodplain for Lion Creek and does seasonally get wet and muddy. 3 shows the pedestrian bridge over Lion Creek, and the bridge will be relocated off the creek and reinstalled to span the active floodplain of Lion Creek. It would replace the at-grade trail in image 2. In this image, you can also see how close the bridge is to the adjacent private clubs, the Civic Club, noticing the chain link fence on the right-hand image. Image 4 shows the existing Lion Creek viewing platform. The platform would be renovated to feature grade decking. Images 5 and 6 show compacted trails and benches on the far side of the creek within the inner creek buffer and are proposed to be restored. These areas would be restored and no longer available for public use. Here's the dock, as mentioned, is located out of the wetlands and off of the preserve and railing. A railing on the west side of the dock control access on the water on the preserve side, swimming, and water access will be limited to the east side of the dock. Limitation will be designed through signage. Here's a snapshot of what the park would look like looking into the park. As you can see, the preserved existing lawn, existing beach with the armoring removed and relocated dock, gathering spaces and preserve to the left, overlook platforms, trails, trail bridge, dock, and picnic shelter will all be accessible. The goal is to be accessible as possible. The project timeline and total budget are shown here. We anticipate a mix of state, RCO, federal, county, and city funding. The timeline considers availability of funding permitting, including state and federal permits and construction work windows for in-water work on Lake Washington. The projected park opening is in March of 2027. We are working with KC Parks Levy through Tombaski's office to apply for 2.5 million funding for the project. We'll be able to access in 2025, and our federal appropriation of 2.5 is waiting for the November, December approval. Phasing plan is considered on availability of funding, permitting at federal, state, and local levels, and work windows. There's been 2 successful and heavily attended workshops with over 200 attendees and digital content online for an after for in-person or online option. There's been direct engagement to the neighbors and tribes, City Council, and our Parks and Recreation Board. And the website has tracked over 3,500 visitors. Close to 10,000 postcards have been sent throughout 2 mailings. Continued engagement through our e-news and newsletters, social media outlets, tabling at community events will continue. And we've had over 680 responses. This is to surveys. This is a significant engagement for community of our size. Demographics collected aligned with our community census profile. The design is a result of a co-creation engagement. Engagement was designed to first capture community's vision and program, then to apply program to the landscape. Design options were then provided to the community for input, and final design is a synthesis of community selection. Further community input will be gathered and incorporated in the next phase of design. We have been communicating with the tribes throughout the process who show support, and we've received feedback we have incorporated into the design of the preserve. There's a high level of support of support and engagement from the community. The schematic design was approved unanimously by council. We've received over 30 support letters with our community partners and neighboring cities. Local art groups are excited to help integrate ideas throughout the park. Senior Center is excited to partner with recreation programs along with scout groups, garden clubs, our Third Place Commons, Center for Human Services, and much more. Thank you, and please visit our Lakefront Park website and see more of the background.
Great, thank you, Corey. Appreciate that. All right, questions on this project or any clarifications needed? Dave, go ahead.
There we go. Great presentation. Thank you very much. Learning about the community center, it looks like it's close by. How many parking spots are there, and how much will that add to the parking issue?
Yeah, so we're gonna keep the parking at the park to load, unload. There may be some designated spots, and obviously we'll have ADA, whatever needs to align with the community center. But parking will be at the city hall and mainly in Walktown. So yeah.
How many spots are at the city hall?
We haven't gone through the exercise of actual numbers yet of how many we'll need.
Okay.
Like for the center at City Hall, but
and currently there are 3 spaces already that are at City Hall that are signed and designated for the preserve. And so the part of this will be, you know, those spots will still be offsite to serve this park, and then additional spaces will be added.
Okay. All right. And you've got the Burke Gilman Trail there.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yep. And then the 2 bus stops are right there in the yellow as well.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, other questions or clarifications that you need? Go ahead, Mike, and then Chris.
Yeah, thanks for the presentation. Very cool project. going back to your budget and timeline, I was just curious, and maybe we talked about this before, but are you, sounds like you got a couple of pots of money you're kind of waiting to hear about, and wondering about any potential phasing plan, or are you planning to do it all at once? What your thoughts are there?
Yeah, I mean, the goal is to get the funding to do this all at once. That's the goal in mind. As we don't get funding, we do have phasing plans, and I don't know if Amber, you want to kind of talk more on that.
Sure. So as Corey showed in the presentation, there's currently a dock on the Lion Creek property that does not allow for water access. And then there is an existing dock on the newly acquired property to the north where water access could be provided. However, we have done structural assessments of those, and that dock is derelict. It is condemned. No one is allowed to go on it. And so really to realistically open the park in any fashion, the city would need to at least remove the standing dock that has been condemned. That would require federal permits. And so the city understands that the soonest that this park could open is after the federal approval for permits for, in-water work removal of that dock would be allowed. And then we would be waiting for the next in-water work window. So the city understands that there is time, and the city's interest is to advance the work as much as possible so that they can plan ahead for those windows. So the design team is working forward. We're planning to submit for federal permits in the beginning of October, so late September, beginning of October, which we are on track for. And so the city does understand that there's a phasing plan, does understand the limitations, including availability of funding, permitting, and then the ability to work in the creek. But that's really the main thing that would be the biggest hurdle in terms of opening this park in any sort of interim condition, is that you have to get in-water work removal or permission to remove that dock, which would presents a safety concern and could not be opened with that still in place. So we have outlined one phasing plan that you're looking at. There's a number of ways this project could be phased, but that's potentially one of the largest hurdles that affects any phasing or park opening at all.
Okay, thanks.
All right, go ahead, Chris.
Mike's phasing question was a big part of mine. So, but maybe I'll try to pivot from that. And you mentioned the in-water work. Is there in-water work in the creek as well as, I mean, obviously there's the two docks in the lake and building a new dock. Is there also restoration happening on the preserve side, or what might happen on that side?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so there's no in-water work is proposed within the creek channel itself. Currently, there is a pedestrian bridge that spans over water, but its footings are substantially outside the ordinary high water mark. The bridge itself, I think, is about 30 feet long. So that can be lifted with a crane and relocated to its new space over that at-grade trail that floods seasonally. So it'll actually be removed. Corey, I don't know if you can pan over to where that existing, or like move your cursor to show where that existing bridge is.
I've got control.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's all right. So that bridge can be lifted out of place without getting into the below the ordinary high or in the water on the creek, and then can be placed in its new location, which is actually in the floodplain. As well, the existing overlook platform that's there, the creek viewing platform, that can be resurfaced from above water. And so while things like netting will be placed under that structure to make sure that it catches any debris that might come loose during the work, we don't actually have to get in the creek or below the ordinary high to do that construction. So the goal is to stay out of Lion Creek. It won't need to be dewatered for any reason, but that is the work that's happening near the creek and over it. And then there will be substantial restoration of the creek buffer. So you can see in this site plan, what's shown is kind of the Page South buffer, that bank of the creek. There are existing trails, seating areas, boulders, and some desire paths through that area. It's a pretty narrow strip of land, and the creek is migrating as we get to, this south side and Page Right area of the creek. And we want, to clear out the public experience in that section to allow the creek to do what it needs to do. So that access is going to be limited to only the north side of the creek. That structure that you see, that's the overview platform. The railing on that is going to be replaced, so there's no outlet. So it'll essentially be like a spur trail with a little around and then back. And then everything on the lower side is going to be restored. And then there'll also be some restoration on the north side of the creek. There's some invasives that need to be removed, and then we'll want to plant some trees in that area as well.
Okay, thanks. And maybe a follow-up, although not related. You mentioned that you got feedback from tribes. As one of your partners was feedback from tribes. Were you able to incorporate any of that feedback, or were the questions kind of questions that they might maybe have?
Yeah, we were debating on doing like low like meadow inline creek or like more forested, and they suggested forested, so we updated the plan to accommodate that feedback.
We spoke with them about the desired program early on in the process as well. And some of the other guidance that they gave us was to, in our framing of the discussions about the creek, they wanted to make sure that we were discussing it as a reciprocal relationship between the community and the creek, not just how will the community use this park, but how can the community support this creek? And then how does the creek support the community as well? And so while it wasn't design feedback, it was really instrumental in terms of how we communicated the project to the public. And I think that was really helpful and resonant with both the city and the project team. And then also they had a main concern about there being a lot of docks in this area. And so that was something that influenced the desire to do a dock consolidation rather than to renovate either the dock that's currently city owned and on the lower property, or to keep and make a new dock. So the dock consolidation also came out of their feedback. And then further, it was the providing more space to the creek mouth. So that was something that they mentioned early on, and that we are relocating, consolidating the docks and giving more space to the mouth of the creek, while also removing the two existing docks from the wetlands that they're currently in. There's sort of only one space that allows for the relocation and consolidation of the dock. So there were a number of ways that the feedback that they gave us guided the design.
Thank you.
Thanks. Other questions that folks have? All right, seeing none, I think we're good to go.
Okay.
Thanks, Corey. Thanks, Amber. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you all. Have a good one.
Thank you.
All right, take care. All right, folks, if committee members and staff, if you'd like, can just hang out for a few minutes, we'll just get the recording stopped here and then have a little wrap up. So thank you very much again to our advisory committee volunteer members who have spent the day with us looking at, I think we did 10 projects today. So it's the end of day one of our evaluations for our Aquatic Lands Enhancement Account Grant Program. We'll be back tomorrow morning. We have 5 more projects to look at. Yeah, so thank you very much.